member participation. Pursuant to Board Policy 2.26, board members may attend board meetings and participate and vote through the use of interactive video and/or telephone systems. That the Duval County School Board approve the participation of board members Darrell Willie and Ashley Smith Juarez via interactive video and/or telephone systems. I ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Joyce, second by Vice Chair Anderson. Any discussion? If not, I call for your vote.
I didn't have anything come up. Was it?
Can you register your vote? Your vote 5 minutes.
Yes.
She said yes. Do we need to reopen it?
You have approved the item.
5-0.
Thank you. We'll take a few minutes to make sure that Board Member Willie and Smith Juarez are on the line. Board Member Willie, are you present?
Present.
Is that an answer? Smith Juarez is not? Okay. All right. Board Member Willie is present and Smith Juarez is not here yet. Approval of the July 23rd, 2020 agenda. That the Duval County School Board approve the July 23rd, 2020 agenda as submitted on July the 21st, 2020 with the following changes. Approval of school reopening plan, instructional delivery options, item revised, attachment added. Approval of purchase of Biotech 500 antimicrobial surface protectant, item revised. Approval of work from home resolution and waiver of policy 6.47, work year and work day, item amended, attachment added. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Anderson, second by Board Member Joyce. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote.
You have approved the item 5-6-0.
I actually approved that item 6-0. Public comment. We are now in the public comment portion of our agenda. Speaker cards were only accepted for this meeting until the published time to start this meeting. The school board welcomes your comments on matters that are before the board and for consideration. It is not the board's intent to respond, but to use the input in our deliberations. To give everyone appropriate respect and courtesy, please refrain from audible comments or applause. When you are called upon, please state your name for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. You will be notified when 30 seconds remain and when your time is up. If your concerns exceed that time, you may present written comments to the board. You are asked to refrain from references to specific individuals. Please remember that speaker cards were only accepted until the published time to start this meeting. Thank you for taking your time to address the board.
Thank you. Chair, we have 40 speaker cards today. Our first speaker this afternoon will be Mbu Ponia, followed by Darlene Miller.
Good afternoon. Time starts now.
Please take it.
Dear all, I'm a parent and a long-time supporter and
Please state,
admirer.
excuse me, please state your name for the record.
My name is Anbu Ponaya.
We all said
Okay.
Thank you. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Dear all, I'm a parent and a long-time supporter and admirer of Duval school system. As my kids are in their final stretch of their Duval school career, I stand here in front of you as a panhandler, since my options are limited. I appreciate the options that are given to all parents in Duval school district, but are they equal in all aspects? Let us just take quality of education. Duval homeroom is an effective tool, but has it provided the most effective experience to our children? So far, no. One of my complaints is that all we get is an auto reply from the school administration on all our questions. For example, how is Duval homeroom going to handle science laboratories, art studios? Should we set up something in our own home? Or will there be occasional opportunities to visit school and participate in lab activities? If it is planned well, these can be addressed. But all proposals are at a surface level, and that only pure administrators with no experience in teaching science or art are making. I've not seen one evidence of any of these proposals go through a complete deep dive, review by teachers, implementers, and experts. In many cases, they're not even a plan. I do not see any iota of evidence of any contingency plans for in-school COVID emergencies. How are you going to control the student population not practicing social distancing? Hope it is not referrals, since you'll be admitting that you did not prevent a situation from happening. I submit to you the Bell schedule. My final complaint is this. You're not providing any details to the parents. You're just playing on the fear of the parents that they might lose out a school year or have other issues, or they are out of a job, so they need to send the kids to school. And you're making us to make a decision. And we are not making an informed decision. We're just picking something that is not, where the details are not ironed out. I don't want to regret that I stuck with Duval County School, the system here, but hopefully science will prevail when my child grows up. Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene Miller, followed by Michelle Moore.
Good afternoon. My husband could not be here today because he has a job and has to work, along with a lot of other parents who asked me to come here and speak. Some are essential workers, from healthcare, from police, from military, and even the grocery store clerks who cannot get away from their jobs or lose their income and don't know how they're going to get their children educated if there's not a brick and mortar setting for all. I realize it's not a popular opinion amongst the people who show up here, but the ones who don't, it is a popular opinion. We have, I don't know what to say anymore. I will share with you my little book that I'm very familiar with on the IDEA and FAPE. A free and public education must be available to all children residing in the state. That's a big word, appropriate. Appropriate means it's appropriate for that child. And sometimes online learning is not appropriate. There are ESE kids in this county that have not received services since March. My son among them. Appropriate education for all. There were some that argue we're in a pandemic, therefore the IDEA is canceled out. Well, went to an interesting webinar given by Peter Wright, the attorney that wrote Wright's Law, the attorney that has argued in front of the Supreme Court, who seems to be under the opinion that no, it's not. Unless the IDEA was written and said, except pandemic time, which it doesn't. Therefore, all laws are still in effect. Until the courts say otherwise, and I guess the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court's already ruled on the IDEA many times, or until the law is changed. We are asking for an equitable education for all, choices for all. If people won't think virtual school is appropriate for them, we're all for it. But don't leave out the other children who virtual school is not appropriate for. All we can do is take precautions like the other essential workers. My son was going to be here, actually come in person and speak to you. But after some disturbing comments by some people, who also, by the way, are teachers, my husband has sent you an email about it, I would read that.
Ms. Miller, please state your name for the record before you go.
Darlene Miller.
Thank you so much. Chief Edwards, would you mind grabbing the hand sanitizer as well? And is that what you were reminding me? And just as a reminder for all of our speakers, there are sanitizing wipes if you'd like to use those for the microphone. Up next, we have Ms. Michelle Moore, as well followed by Latrice Bell.
My name is Michelle Moore. I'm going to be brief today. I don't want to die. I don't want a potentially chronic health issue to follow me. I don't want to see this for my students. I don't want to see this for my colleagues. I don't want to see this in our families and in our community. As an educator here at DCPS for the past 12 years, I've been expected to give more and receive less every year. Some years it's new curriculum or a new required scheduling, but I'm an adaptable teacher. I can make it happen, and I do. Some years it's being expected to prevent my students from being killed by an active shooter, but I'm a reasonable teacher. I know the chance of that happening is small, and reasonable measures were put in to prevent it. Though let's be honest, a fence and a guard with 2 weeks of training probably aren't going to stop someone determined to get in. So I just hoped it wouldn't happen to me. Now you're asking me to show up with a widespread disease that can cause severe and chronic health conditions and even death. You're again putting in safety measures that, like above, aren't going to be adequate. You know the buildings don't have adequate ventilation. You know that our classrooms don't have 3 feet of space to socially distance, much less 6. And since the kids don't have consequences for not wearing masks, we know that those will be toys within a couple of weeks as well. I really do get why you're pushing for this. There's a ton of political pressure from our mayor and governor because of the RNC being here next month and losing our funding. The economy has used schools as a babysitting service for decades, so it's somehow also our job to get the economy back open. Students do learn better for the most part in class, and they'll get behind if we stay virtual, but we all know that's just an indoctrinated goalpost and for another day. But you can't learn if you're in the hospital, or you're attending your grandmother's funeral, or there are no available subs because too many teachers have been hospitalized and the rest are afraid to come in because of the working conditions. This is your time to show why you are here. I need you to stand up for us, the students, the community, and your DCPS employees. I think you know that the current options aren't the best choice. I think you are all more than well aware that COVID is dangerous and that opening schools could lead to the biggest spike yet. But I think you are also looking at DCPS as a stepping stone and stepping on all of us as you do it. I implore you to do the right thing. Put us on virtual learning. It's not the easy decision, but I think you all know it's the right one.
Thank you. Latrice Bell, followed by Kimberly Harrison.
Beatrice Bell, operator 375, Durham School Bus Service. Masks are required to be worn on the bus, but no child left behind. We're not going to be able to make the children keep masks on. We can't even make them stay in the seats and fasten their seat belts. Transportation is necessary, and I've been driving since '01. Sunday I'll be 66 years old if the Lord spare my life, and I'm terrified about getting on that school bus, riding the children, and the virus rate is still going up. All we ask is that you all just please hold us out just a little while longer till the virus count goes down. We're not going to be able to satisfy everybody, but we just want to be safe in transporting our babies back and forth to school. And also, God forbid anyone come in contact and be tested positive. We don't have benefits that will allow us to stay home 14 days in quarantine. Whenever we are out of school, we are out on our own. We don't get paid like the teachers do. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Harrison, followed by Rebecca Cardona.
Kimberly Harrison is my name. Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Green. Once again, my name is Kimberly Harrison. I'm a 32-year veteran school bus driver here in Duval County. I wanted to take the time today to voice my concerns about the health and safety risk for myself, my family, and the students that I transport. I'm a grandmother of 5 beautiful children, 2 of which attend Duval County Public Schools. One of my granddaughters has special needs, and I worry very much about her risk of contraction upon returning to school and the effect of the virus that may have on her disability. She also has sensory issues, so the face mask and the shield is going to be a big issue. I also have a father that has underlying health conditions that can prove devastating if they were to be exposed to this virus. I want to ensure that everything in my means that I am doing was best to protect not only myself, but my family and the students that I transport over the years. I certainly do not want to see my child get sick or even worse from this virus or anyone else's child, like the 9-year-old child in Putnam County, because we all didn't take the extra steps to protect them. Together, we will get this terrible virus under control. The medical experts are clear that we are not just close to being there yet. Let's don't make tragic mistakes by taking shortcuts along with recovery for this journey. I plead with you to please take the extra time and extra steps to ensure that all school bus drivers, attendants, students, and teachers remain safe and healthy, including social distancing, masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, and sanitizing between each tier in the classroom and on the buses. We service so many schools, and it's going to be a hard situation to sanitize between each school of these students getting on. And we have no protection when these kids get on the bus. That they are so close when they get on, we get bumped as a driver by them personally or their personal belongings. We have no protection, we have no shields, we have nothing. So I just ask that y'all take that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Cardona, followed by Valencia Carter.
Good Good afternoon, school board members. My name is Rebecca Cardona, and I'm a business representative with Teamsters Local 512. Local 512 represents all school bus drivers in attendance that service Duval County Public Schools. Our members have expressed numerous concerns about the conditions they are expected to return to work under, as schools are expected to open in just a few short weeks. We have requested to meet with DCPS and discuss best practices to protect the drivers, attendants, and students they are transporting. That request was denied, and instead we referred back to the bus carriers to discuss return to work conditions. Some of the health and safety concerns related to these return to work conditions are guidelines and procedures put in place by DCPS, which were shared to the drivers and attendants as part of a presentation led by the routing coordinators from the DCPS Transportation Department during a kickoff meeting for one of the carriers. Some of the information included the inability to maintain proper social distancing on all school buses, as students will be seated two to a seat, as well as having no means to enforce that all riders comply with the mask requirement, and the inability to refuse transportation to a student without a mask. These conditions are troubling for the health and safety of the drivers, attendants, and other students aboard the bus, as the bus is a very enclosed area with a lot of people. There are other concerns such as proper PPE being provided daily, for example, masks with nose clips, gloves, hand sanitizer, etc., as well as the carriers keeping the buses cleaned and sanitized daily and installing a partition behind the driver for added protection and distancing. We have learned from medical professionals and guidelines by the CDC that the two critical and crucial ways to prevent exposure and spread of the COVID-19 virus is adherence to the mask wearing and maintaining proper social distancing. As it stands today, and with the information that the DCPS Transportation Department has shared to drivers and attendants, neither maintaining proper social distancing nor mask wearing will be possible and or enforced. Following these proposed guidelines and procedures are not the best practices in the best interest of drivers, attendants, and students as it relates to their health and safety. We have reached out to the carriers in hopes of getting a resolution to the issues and concerns, but have been unable to get substantive answers. Many of their answers on these issues refer back to whatever DCPS puts in place. The school bus and student transportation are both a vital part of the education system and an extension of the classroom. There must be as much attention placed on the health and safety of the drivers, attendants, and students just as a brick and mortar classroom setting. Teamsters Local 512 is in full support of the teachers and DTU's concerns. As you can see, those same concerns apply to the transportation side of the education system as well. Providing proper safety measures in the classroom may prove useless if you are not providing the same safety measures on the school bus or other facets of the school system. As representatives for the drivers and monitors in Duval County, we continue to research best possible scenarios from the medical professionals, as well as reports being published from the Pupil Transportation Association, the most recent being published by Student Transportation Aligned for the Return of School. Some of the published recommendations include one child per seat, clean and sanitized bus between runs, installing plastic barriers to separate drivers from the riders, keeping a few seats behind the drivers on both sides empty, and having children wear masks even when they are able to maintain 6-foot distance. We understand that children need to get back to their education and that most children learn best in a classroom setting. We also understand that our drivers need to get back to work to provide for their family. We, at of Teamsters Local 512, simply want to ensure that we accomplish both scenarios
Thank you, Ms.
in the
Cardona.
healthiest and safest manner possible.
Thank you. We have Valencia Carter, followed by Sarah Daniels.
Valencia Carter. Good afternoon, everyone. I have dedicated the last 12 years to Duval County Public Schools, the bus carriers, and students as a bus driver. Those 12 years have been filled with many memories, such as watching my students progress through their education from a nervous kindergartner to successful graduates. The responsibility that their parents entrusted me daily to get their precious cargo to and from school, safety is a job I never take lightly. I make it my goal and mission to provide a safe ride and atmosphere for each student daily, as well as for myself. Unfortunately, COVID-19, as well as the current proposed guideline and procedures that the DCPS Transportation Department has outlined for bus transportation will make that impossible for this school year. I love my job, and at the age of 65, I fit in the high-risk group that the CDC has outlined. Added in that fact, I suffer with asthma, which I try to control with prescription medication daily, and possible of suffering death if I come in contact with the COVID-19 virus is a scary reality for me. Many of my coworkers also fit in this high same risk group. I'm also the I'm also the sole caretaker of my grandmother, which is 101 years old. And she lived in the same household, and she also has asthma too. I shouldn't have to decide whether I should go back to work to my chosen career to provide for myself and my family so I can live, or make the decision to go back to work knowing the conditions are unsafe. I am not only at risk of contracting the virus and dying, but I'm at the risk of carrying the virus home to my grandmother also. I'm begging each of you to dedicate more time and attention to the safe guidelines and procedures for the school bus transportation due to this pandemic to ensure that the drivers, the monitors, and the students remain safe and healthy. And please remember, we are all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Daniels, followed by Lauren Katz.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Daniels. I, like many others, have spent this summer riding a whirlwind of emotions, from hope to fear, then to downright outrage. When the school year concluded, there was a big sigh of relief as we had just completed one of the most challenging terms of our career. We knew we did the best we could, and it appeared that we had support from our communities, school board, and even our, what we thought to be, fearless leader, Dr. Green. Those beautiful, heartfelt messages came at all the right times. I had hope. Unfortunately, these recent actions have made those words valueless. I am here today because I know that you have seen the data, spoken with healthcare professionals, and have weighed the risks. I understand that there are families in this community that want their students to be in school, and that you feel you need to answer to them, your constituents, which I am one of. But sometimes you have to do what is needed and not what is always wanted. There may be a want to return, but the need should be to protect the community, everyone in it. This plan does not offer that. Returning to brick and mortar can devastate entire communities, those mostly at risk. Since science and reason have not seemed to persuade you thus far to do what is best for our students, faculty, and communities, I will instead offer a plea for some compassion. I had intended for this to be a bit generic, since I know there are many who feel the same way, but I think it's important that you know me, my story, and I think it's important that I do this to be an example for my students. I have had the privilege of being one of Fletcher High School's educators for the last 7 years. I love my school. I love my students. I bleed purple. Throughout the years, they have become my family. Under the circumstances of this plan, you have given me, the African American history teacher, me, the girls' bowling coach, me, the club sponsor for Model UN, Interact, Great Decisions, and Junior Girls, no choice. If I stay and teach brick and mortar, and at this moment that's becoming less and less likely, I am risking mine and my family's health and the ability to see my at-risk parents until a vaccine is available. They live 10 minutes away. I haven't seen them since March 12th. I'm also risking my mental health as I suffer from severe anxiety. If I choose to teach Duval homeroom, with my understanding under this plan, I will probably not end up teaching my students or subject and would not be guaranteed a spot in my former school. I don't believe I'm eligible for it anyways. So my last option being Duval virtual, which with my understanding would still have me leaving my school and my students and what's become my community. I am proud to stand along other educators looking out for the safety of our students as we have always done. Please let me continue to educate, guide, comfort, and support my students. But let me do so from the safety of distance learning until we as a community have a better handle on this. Once a Fletcher Senator, hopefully always a Fletcher Senator.
Thank you. Next we have Lauren Katz, followed by Chris Guerreri.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lauren Katz. Like most teachers here, teaching is my passion and something I love doing. But unfortunately, that love may now get me killed. If put back into the classroom, myself and many teachers and students are going to wind up contracting COVID. Some may survive, but some won't. What percentage of deaths is good for you? 1%, 2%, 30%? How can you sit here as representatives of our district and allow the people that have voted you in to walk back into the unknown? As a high school world language teacher in a portable classroom, the restricted class sizes that you guys have talked about before do not apply to me. Even though I am not considered a core class, I'm still required for graduation. How am I to social distance 35 to 50 high school students, which as of right now are some of my class sizes? How am I to look at my students in their faces and tell them that I can keep them safe when I don't know if I can? What happens when I run out of hand sanitizer, cleaning wipes, and other essential materials? Am I going to have to provide them with what little money I do have and buy what little supplies there is? How am I to keep, again, my students, myself, and again, my students who I consider my own children, even though I'm pretty young, I call them my kids. How am I supposed to keep them safe if we won't enforce some type of mask policy? Because my population that I teach has just as much risk as anybody else. You have a choice here to either send us to our deaths or create some type of distance learning plan that keeps us safe. If we would have had a more cohesive plan in the spring, it would have gone a lot smoother because we as the teachers know we had problems. It was thrown together in 2 weeks and then given to us with little to no direction. I'm good, but I'm not that good. Why not ask the teachers who will be teaching these students to come up with a spend years perfecting strategies to raise learning deficits? How am I to look at my students and tell them I'm going to keep them safe if I don't know if I can? I understand that we must deal with mental health issues in our students. Me out of everybody should know this, as I had a student commit suicide this past year with everything else going on. But what about our mental health? The last few days, I've been stressing myself out so much to tears and crying myself to sleep, wondering if I made the right decision to stay with my job or quit. Please do not send us back into the classroom without some type of plan. I would rather go virtual and make up the learning deficits than die myself. Please think about this before you make any decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Guerreri, followed by Taylor DeSanto.
Chris Guerreri. Does anybody remember when schools would ban peanuts or latex to protect one student? Anybody? We used to do that. We wouldn't think twice about it. If we could keep a child safe, we'd just say, hey, let's get rid of peanuts and let's get latex. Well, friends, we are through the looking glass if we are now discussing returning to schools at a time when Florida is averaging over 10,000 cases and over 100 deaths a day. And yesterday, that death toll included a 9-year-old. We hear all the time that children must return to school for mental health reasons so they can socialize. But if I wonder if they and the super and the board have thought about what they're sending students back to. Masks. Oh my gosh, I got to take my mask for a few seconds. Feels so good. Can you imagine wearing these for hours? Kids wearing these for hours? Well, the thing about masks is if there's no consequence for not wearing them, it goes from a policy to a suggestion. It's hard for me as an adult who understands the dangers to wear a mask for an hour, and now we're expecting children to wear them all day. You're sentencing teachers to hours of fighting with children to keep their mask on or on correctly. Next, these children will be 6 feet and often separated by a plexiglass screen from their friends. Social interaction will be at a minimum. Then what about the constant fear and stress at the realization they may get sick? And I'm not talking about just students, I'm talking about teachers too. Or the terror that every cough or sneeze is bound to cause for some. This does not sound like a healthy environment. To me, it sounds like a nightmare. I can appreciate a lack of leadership from the mayor and governor has put the board where we're at. But I want to remind you that educating children in public schools have never been a priority for them, and they have often actively worked to put them at a disadvantage. The mayor and governor have passed the buck to the board, which now has a binary choice, an either-or choice in front of them. Risk lives or keep people safe. It may not be fair, but if you vote to send students and children back to the classroom when one gets sick or something you know will happen, then you will be responsible. It may not be fair, but if a teacher dies, you will be responsible. This is definitely not fair, and it may not be what you signed up for, but today you are making a life and death decision. Finally, I want to say I have dedicated the last 20 years of my life to DCPS and the children of Jacksonville. I shouldn't have to risk my life if I want to continue to do so. I urge you to have the super create an all online plan until the pandemic is under control. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Taylor DeSanto, followed by Michelle McGurr.
Good afternoon. My name is Taylor DeSanto, and I work at Oak Hill Academy as a paraprofessional. Last year was my first year in the education field. I am truly honored to be here and do the work that I do. My job brings me so much joy and happiness and gives me a purpose in life. But right now, I am really struggling because as much as I want to be back with my students, it just isn't safe for them, for myself, and staff members. I got into this field to help teach and enrich the minds of these beautiful humans. What I did not sign up for was to be pushed into a hazardous war zone. Let me make this perfectly clear, as I think I speak for every educator in this room and others who cannot be here, that this is not about laziness. This is about our lives and our well-being. My story is a lot like everyone else's story. I live with a man that has done so much for me and my family, and I love him dearly. But unfortunately, he has pulmonary issues that he is constantly battling on a daily basis. I am restless of the thought of contracting this virus and passing it on to him. And for him, this would be fatal and devastating. I'm sick of constantly being told we are being lazy when we are just trying to protect ourselves and our families. I am also sick of being bullied by people outside of this profession, telling me and other teachers to find new jobs if we don't want to go back to brick and mortar. None of us want to waste the amount of time and education we put in to do with what we do. We are not babysitters or healthcare workers. I also want to make it clear that all of us do want to go back to brick and mortar when it is safe. We love our students, but we love our families too, and that does not make us selfish. Not only do I fear for mine and my family's lives, I fear for these students. Why does a child have to risk their life and get dangerously ill for a school to shut down when we have a perfectly acceptable way to teach these kids online, and this can all be avoided? I don't understand why risking people's lives is even an option. I feel for the parents that need their kids in school to go back to work. I can't even imagine how stressful it is. But my situation is just as stressful. Our concerns are just as stressful. The thought of children dying is stressful. No matter what route you choose, not everyone is going to be satisfied. I just hope you make the right choice for all of our safety. One student's death is too many, one teacher's death is too many. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michelle McGurr, followed by Daniel Cooksey.
My name is Michelle McGurr. Good afternoon. I'm speaking today because I'm concerned about the proposed plan for reopening schools. I appreciate that there are a lot of factors to consider, and it hasn't been easy for any of you. I also recognize that there's no decision that you can make that will make everybody happy. I wonder, however, what data is being used to drive your decisions. I teach in an accountability area, and I'm required monthly to provide data to my school's administrators to support what I'm doing and how I plan to do it. Governor DeSantis has repeatedly made the claim that children are the lowest risk of contracting and spreading COVID-19. While his interpretation of the data is questionable, it cannot be applied to older children. I check the Florida Department of Health's COVID-19 dashboard daily. In fact, I made it a part of my lessons while teaching via distance learning in the spring. We used this data to drive discussions about our current situation. When looking at the number of cases in Duval County for today, I noticed that 15 to 20-year-olds represent the second largest age demographic. High schoolers. As a high school teacher, this is very concerning. This data, coupled with the images and videos of recent DCPS graduation ceremonies in which CDC guidelines for social distancing are largely ignored, decreases my confidence in the district's ability to keep me safe in school. I strongly feel that returning to face-to-face instruction is dangerous, even more so for high schools. I've already used this data to determine that my own child, who is looking forward to being a safety patrol this year, will be starting out the year in Duval homeroom. While she's not pleased with this decision, even she understands that anything else right now isn't safe. In light of this data, I ask you to please vote no on the current plan until the number of new cases per day decreases significantly. I've been a teacher for 14 years and would like to continue to do so. But if I'm forced to return to the school in a face-to-face setting, I may have to dust off my degree in science and return to that field instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Cooksey, followed by Chris Hand.
My name is Daniel Cooksey, and I'm a 6th grade science teacher here in Duval County and a proud Teach for America Corps member. I'm here today to express my concern for the reopening of schools on August 10th, and I fully believe that a delayed start to the school year is tantamount to our success and safety. Last week, my principal asked for faculty and staff to submit questions we had regarding the reopening of schools, the answers to which would be provided on Friday, July 17th. I submitted 27 questions for review, ranging from will be provided with hand sanitizer and cleaning supplies, to how has COVID-19 affected 6th grade enrollment, to if a student or teacher tests positive for COVID, who must quarantine. While some of my questions had answers, yes, you will be provided with cleaning supplies. No, there will not be plastic dividers between desks. Yes, masks will be required inside classrooms. Many others, much to my disappointment and frustration, were met with no definitive answer, or the answer was unsatisfactory. Questions that we absolutely need answered in order to open safely. How will be switching classes to minimize contact in the hallway? What actions will be taken if students refuse to wear masks? Where will students go in the mornings before school starts or in the afternoon after school ends? We're met with replies as vague and unhelpful as get creative. Get creative does not help me, a second-year teacher, figure out how I can implement hands-on experiments in a time when group work is discouraged and communal supplies must be sanitized after each use. Get creative does not provide me with extra funding to purchase more lab equipment, now necessary to appropriately socially distance and minimize the spread of germs. We will improvise, adapt, and overcome is not a satisfactory answer to where will students go if a teacher is absent and we are unable to get a substitute. I am a teacher, not a Marine, and I work in a classroom, not a war zone. Improvise, adapt, and overcome is not a comprehensive plan. Until we have clear protocols and guidance on how to open safely, schools should not and cannot open. As of now, we are less than 20 days out from schools opening. We do not currently have a plan in place, and the Florida Department of Education has not approved our plan. This uncertainty makes it harder than ever to plan for a new school year. Pass whatever reopening plan you see fit, but please consider that teachers need a chance to figure out exactly how to teach in this new, strange, and unprecedented environment. We are not miracle workers. Delay the opening of schools and give us that chance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Hand, followed by Elwood Thompson.
Good afternoon. I have emailed each of you, but I wanted to put my comments on the record as well. My name is Chris Hand, and I'm here not just as a Jacksonville citizen and taxpayer, but also as a Duval County Public School graduate, the son of a retired Duval County Public School teacher, and now the parent of 2 children in the Duval County Public Schools. I'm here to speak about the proposal that would delay the reopening from August the 10th to August the 20th. And with all due respect to the drafters of that proposal, I don't believe 10 days is a sufficient delay given a number of circumstances, including the current public health situation and including the fact that Jacksonville is about to be host of a major national event at the end of August. As each of you knows, safety is a bedrock principle of our public school system under the Florida Constitution. Article 9, Section 1 provides that adequate provision shall be made by law for a uniform, efficient, safe, and I emphasize safe, secure, and high-quality system of free public schools in our state. So to that end, I recommend that the Duval County School Board take one of two approaches today. There's been some very moving testimony earlier from teachers and paraprofessionals and bus drivers about the need to start schools on a virtual system this year. That's a very reasonable alternative to help maintain that standard of safe and support that bedrock principle of safety in our state. The other would be to follow the precedent of other school districts. School districts like our neighbors to the south in St. John's, Hernando County, Charlotte County, Okaloosa County, Palm Beach County, and Santa Rosa County, and start the school year, or at least schedule the start date for August the 31st as opposed to August the 20th, with flexibility to modify or extend that date if necessary into the future to account for whatever the public health conditions there are. That gives additional time to assess the situation and make decisions based on that situation. There have been multiple health studies recently showing that children can spread this disease, showing some of the health risks of reopening. But I think now is the time to follow the old adage of measure twice, cut once. Take the additional time needed to make this decision and either go to a August 31st start date or go to a full virtual system. And I'd also remind you that if students, teachers, and students are returned to the classroom too soon and that leads to negative health outcomes or exacerbates the situation, it'll be much harder to deal with those challenges on the back end. It's much easier to mitigate them now on the front end. The one last piece I wanted to mention is tomorrow is the deadline for parents to say what program they want their students to take for the 2020-2021 academic year. I would urge you today to extend that deadline so that parents have time to reflect on whatever the school board's decision is today and make an appropriate decision. Thank you for your public service and your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. Next we have Elwood Thompson, followed by Ariel David.
Good afternoon. My name is Elwood R. Thompson. What I have to say may seem redundant. However, there's an old advertising principle that says you have to repeat something 7 times in order to sell a product. I'm trying to sell safety. As a teacher and an educator, former Army infantry officer, I've dealt with these types of situations around the continent. Not to this level, none of us have. None of us have. Those of us who are social scientists have taught about this. Those of us who have served in the military are used to wearing what we call mop suits all day in the heat, trying to save our lives and protect our troops. Our troops are our teachers, our staff, and their job is to protect the civilians, those students. So the idea of just diving back into the classroom, to me, is extremely ridiculous. The teachers and staff members of Duval County Public Schools have done an exemplary job of educating their students, going above and beyond any realistic expectations. We got notice on a Wednesday or Thursday that we'd be teaching online on Monday, and we did it. Some of us are used to distance education, but nobody's done it on this scale. I continue hearing some districts want teachers to sign waivers. I haven't heard it here yet, but waivers regarding COVID-19. If that's true, it's an affrontery to all personnel. We need to take active measures to minimize risk, not throw staff and students under the bus. Students, staff, and visitors need to be required to wear a mask. No options. No teacher or staff member should be required to work with students without mask. And shielding. We need to implement correct distancing methodology, and we need to do it now. On June 22nd, 2020, the state of Florida reported 100,000 active COVID-19 cases. By July 6th, we were up to over 200,000. Today, over 379,000, and the numbers are spiking. I'm from Texas, which everything's bigger in Texas. Right now, Florida's bigger than Texas on the numbers and going up. That makes no sense. We're not doing what we need to do. So, Jacksonville, 18,000 cases. Yesterday, 435. Total reported deaths here, reported deaths. Now, we don't have all the data. 112. New deaths since yesterday, 3. And several of you have mentioned that a child in Putnam County, Palaca, died at age 9. We need to act deliberately. We're not getting behind anybody. We set artificial goals, artificial benchmarks. We're all in this together. So don't say we have to do this to make sure the kids keep up. They're all in the same boat. So let's work with this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Ariel David, followed by Bradley Fisher.
So you're not going to be able to hear me, or am I not going to be able to see while wearing this mask? My name is Ariel David. I'm an English teacher, and I am the sole support for my fiance, my 4-year-old son, and my 1-year-old daughter. Please, have us teach remotely for the first 9 weeks. Teachers have kids in other schools, and students have siblings and relatives they see frequently. All of this across multiple schools. Let's say Teacher A gets COVID. Teacher A gets COVID. Teacher A and their 150 students are quarantined. Teacher A has 3 kids across 3 schools. Are they all being quarantined? Are we notifying all of their 100 plus classmates? What about everyone who rides buses? What about the teachers who now need to stay out, who covers their classes? What about the at-risk family members at home who receive students and teachers at the end of the day? Oh, and if there's in fact airborne, then you've got all the ones connected via AC, including the teachers you want teaching Duval homeroom while in the building. And that's day 1 from 1 case. This will be a tsunami of sickness, which will all start with you, the school board, at the epicenter. If it doesn't matter about masks or shields or plexiglass barriers or magical chemical that's related to Windex. They may work briefly, maybe. Kids may live with the damage after COVID, or they may not. Opening schools will result in the deaths. One preventable death, no matter whose, is too many. You are not prepared for this. Do not let this earthquake happen and the tsunami after. Vote no to this plan, please. Sorry, I have severe anxiety and masks. You need to, please. Vote no to this plan, and vote no to vote to have Duval homeroom for at least the first 9 weeks. You are already planning to have 1-to-1 computers for middle school and high school. Awesome, I love it. So just start teachers planning as soon as possible for Duval homeroom. We will be prepared. We will care for every student every day. Our lives depend on it, and let us do it from home. Our lives depend on it. Now I know, ESE students, we can't work with them in small groups in the school, so why can't we just work with them at home? We did it at my school. Every day our ESE teacher was on the video with them. We can't do proximity there, so addressing students with IEPs is easier on homeroom. We did it well. We are masters at creative solutions. Just give us the chance. It will be far easier to work a miracle with a child with an IEP from home than it will be from our deathbeds. We all want students to thrive and have the best educational experiences possible. Frequent disruptions from quarantining will undermine those experiences far more than the continuity provided by well-planned, well-prepared distance learning would, especially for the ESE students. How do we work in-person miracles when we're not able to meet as humans in person? Maintaining 6 feet distance means rejecting hugs and other physical greetings. For many kids, these are essential to the building of trust.
Thank you. Next we have Bradley Fisher, followed by Randy Lesson.
Good afternoon, Bradley Fisher. Thank you for taking my call. I've left messages and sent emails to the rest of you. I'll try to say some things that haven't been said, but much of this bears repeating. First, Black Lives Matter. BIPOC, lives matter. And students at Andrew Jackson High School and schools like mine in the inner city of Jacksonville will be disproportionately affected by your decision to throw wide the doors of these schools. Our students have less options. They are more likely to have comorbidities should they contract a case. They are more likely to live in multi-generational households. Some of my students may be sent home to infect and kill their only caregiver who falls in that population. What else can I say? Not enforcing masks is the epitome of hypocrisy in a district that penalizes students for not having an ID. We would like to believe that this school district can put up enough barriers and dump enough hand sanitizer on children to reopen safely. But the truth is that our city affects our schools. We are schools inside of communities, and so we cannot ignore the realities of Jacksonville. There is a void where there should be leadership in this city. We try not to be political. You can call it apolitical if you like, but send this decision back to Mayor Curry. If you would like open schools, then you need to be accountable for how many cases of COVID you have in your city. Send this right back up to Governor DeSantis. I don't know. His best friend is wearing masks now. Maybe he will own some of this. It is not on us to open schools in the middle of a pandemic because that is politically advantageous. If they want to have a Republican National Convention here, let it be in a city with one of the biggest school districts in the country that is closed because thousands upon thousands of people are being affected every day and hundreds are dying. If you believe that Black Lives Matter, then we need to keep these schools 100% virtual unless and until we have 5% or less positive case results, until we can have 14 days without a positive case. If you do not heed this science, if we do the easier thing and open these schools, then I cordially invite you to my funeral, to the funerals of my black and brown students, to the funerals of my colleagues, to the funerals of the people who will be cleaning these infected classrooms, preparing the lunches, driving the buses, because that is what we are talking about. I teach English and theater. Enough of the euphemism. So much euphemism around medical concern. No, deaths. The blood will be on your hands. That is not hyperbole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Randy Lesson, followed by Shannon Russell Hines.
Good afternoon, fellow school board members. My name is Randy Lesson, and I teach at the largest high school in Duval County, Sandalwood High, and I'm a proud Sandalwood Saint, as my mask definitely shows. I was also at their graduation this last Tuesday, and on any given day, there's over 3,000 people that attend Sandalwood High School, whether it be faculty, staff, students, parents. I am here because we are talking about reopening a school that has literally nearly 3,000 people, and that's 1/6 of the number of cases that are here in Jacksonville alone. I'm tired of seeing this is a political matter. No, it is a life matter, ladies and gentlemen. It is a life matter. One of my best friends that I've worked with at Sandalwood for the last 6 years is retiring because of his underlying conditions. I don't want to see any more good friends gone. And most importantly, I don't want to see any student gone. We lost a kid to suicide last year. We don't need to lose any more students, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Russell Hines, followed by Marcella Swanson.
Good afternoon, honorable board members and Dr. Green. Thank you for listening to us today. My name is Shannon Russell Hines. I'm a teacher at Sandalwood High School. This is my 25th year anniversary for teaching. But I'm here on behalf of Mr. Bill Hudson, who is a 65-year-old teacher at Mayport Middle School, who could not be here today because his mother unfortunately has fallen and broken her hip. And so I'm doing today what teachers do for each other, which is take care of each other. And that's our hope that you will do for us as well. So these are the words of Mr. Hudson. In the beginning of the malady, it is easy to cure but difficult to detect. But in the course of time, it becomes easy to detect but difficult to cure. This is a quote from The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. If there's an outbreak of COVID-19 in a school, would we close it? And if so, for how long? How much damage will have been done by opening that school in the first place? And how would a proactive closing have been better? Let's look at the facts. We know that if an epidemic is occurring in a community, it will turn up in that community's school. This is inevitable. We know that by every measure, Duval County is in the red zone with numbers on the increase and far in excess of what is considered safe. We know that COVID-19 is more highly transmissible than colds or flu, and infected persons can be both contagious and asymptomatic for up to 14 days. This means that in a case that shows up in a school is like a canary in the coal mine. By the time you detect it in one individual, dozens more have already been infected. Even with our best efforts, opening schools means large gatherings of hundreds of people from dozens of families in an indoor setting, a scenario that every responsible epidemiologist has told us to avoid. Taken together, these facts mean that if we open schools, we are creating an incubator for a COVID-19 super spreading event. These facts also mean that by the time we detect an outbreak and reactively close a school, the damage will already be done. When other communities around the world have taken a reactive approach to school closures, the results have been disastrous. Reactive closures have lasted more than a month, and when schools eventually reopened, they closed again in short order, leaving teachers and families scrambling to switch back and forth between in-school and virtual learning, constantly renegotiating both their employment and their child care. We don't have much research on the pros and cons of proactive as opposed to reactive school closures, but a historical study of the 1918 flu pandemic published in the Journal of the American Medical Association found that proactive school closures were much more effective at preventing deaths than reactive closures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marcella Swanson, followed by Bethany M. This is Marcella Swanson.
So, as the first speaker was here for a staff member, so am I. I'm Marcella Swanson speaking on behalf of my classroom SLP, Miss Adriana Gregory. I am a speech pathologist contracted from an outside company at a center school. This is a plea for the safety of myself, staff, students, families, and to give a voice to the large population of contracted staff members from outside therapy companies. We make up a significant portion of ESC staff working with students requiring speech and language services. With the update of a brick and mortar return at ESC sites, I reached out to my company with concerns, and they responded that it is in the hands of the district. They also confirmed my fears about paid and unpaid time for contractors, those being that I don't have any paid sick days and that the large company does not fall under the CARES Act for COVID paid leave. If I have a temperature or contract the virus, I will be mandated to return home and potentially quarantine for 2 weeks, all while not being paid. I am overwhelmed and conflicted when thinking about the obstacles ahead. I have devoted the last 9 years obtaining the necessary education and credentials to work as an SLP, leaving me with $90,000 in student loan debt. This money helped pay for education, stressing evidence-based practices and the ethical responsibility to use it in clinical decision-making. Despite this, we are now expected to disregard the evidence and then return and conduct in-person therapy backed by evidence. This hypocrisy of that statement is significant. This dilemma changes every aspect of my education, identity, and basic needs. I have no wiggle room to contract COVID while in a setting deemed as having one of the highest transmission risks. Please vote to delay the first day of school for staff training and then return to virtual learning until we have 14 days with no new cases. I am looking to you to make the evidence-based and just choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Bethany M., followed by Aretha Holland.
My name is Bethany Lynn. I'm an educator here in Duval County. I've worked for Duval County since I was 19. My mother's an educator, my aunt's an educator. I have cousins who are educators. Never would I have imagined that Duval County School District would discuss reopening schools in the middle of a pandemic. It's the same question as asking if we should get on a burning plane. The idea is insane. Instead, discuss viable and effective ways to instruct online. I have a family member who is a stroke survivor. I help take care of this family member. I have parents in their 60s, one with an underlying condition. I am a first grade teacher, and I am only one of thousands of educators who have the same exact situation. No one is asking that schools be closed forever. Every educator, cafeteria worker, janitor, and administrator is at risk of returning to schools and will have no second thoughts about holding our school board representatives accountable for the very important decision you make. Are you listening?
Bethany, would you please spell your name for your last name for the record?
Bethany Lynn, L-Y-N-N.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Aretha Holland, followed by Richard Wright.
Hello, my name is Aretha Holland. I am a bus monitor, and I'm speaking on behalf of the bus monitor for Duval County School District. I work on a school bus in a closed confinement place where children interact, pulling masks, pulling shields. They're not going to understand that. And a child will mess on the bus. Who's going to clean it up? I'm not a doctor or nurse. I'm speaking on behalf of the bus monitors. I wish you would not open schools all of a sudden, but God bless.
Thank you. Next, we have Richard Wright, followed by Patty Calamano.
Best practice. And then never waste one, so you might as well do the surrounding area. Shouldn't get my hands, but... Well, good afternoon. While I continue wiping this desk off, my name is Richard Wright, and I really appreciate being here. I appreciate you, but take my hats off to all of you, even though I'm losing that hair. I'm a music teacher, and I'm 63 years old. I teach at Barton Springs Elementary and Crown Point Elementary. I'm itinerant right now. I've been here in this county teaching for 15 years, and before that I taught for 10 years in the private school system, and before that I worked for 6 years as a music therapist and behavior analyst for the state of Florida. Anyway, I teach elementary school music now, and this is a tough decision. What do you do? Do you apply to teach virtual, or what? Do you go back to school with the kids you know? So I decided, well, I'll just roll the dice and I'll go back and do brick and mortar if that's what we have to do. But I don't think that's what we should do. I think you young teachers, I call you, I'm sorry, I'm 63 and I'll call you young teachers. You'll be happy one day that I called you that. But anyway, you guys have done a great job of expressing the concerns, I think, of all teachers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a worldwide pandemic. This is not the flu. It's not a cold. It's not a traffic ticket. It's not a DWI. It's not, whatever. We're all in trouble. We got a big problem. And look at the Jacksonville numbers are what? Like 500 people a day are being COVID is being discovered that they have COVID. But the science tells us that it's probably 5 to 10 times more than that. So, goodness gracious, 500 times 10, and that's per day. And we're going to throw these kids into the petri dish where their mama or their daddy has got COVID or something from somewhere because they went to the pontoon party and they thought it was really cool, or they went to Lynch's pub, or they went to the Republican convention. And the kids are going to pick it up. Now, I know that some of the science says that young kids don't get it as much. But we really don't know that because this is so new to us that we don't have all the answers. And you know what? Our government has failed us. My time is up.
Yes, thank you.
Don't you fail us. Thank you.
Next up, we have Patty Calamano, followed by Carrie Burke-McLeod.
My name is Patty Calamano. Good afternoon, Dr. Green and board members. I have to tell you a little bit of a story about my family because this decision has become very personal for us. Both my husband and I are Duval teachers. 20 years ago, my husband was diagnosed with 2 immune diseases, one which would lead to a liver transplant. I searched for the best hospital, which I found here in Jacksonville. We traveled back and forth for 10 years from PA to here for him to get treatments. Why? Because it was our choice. We didn't want to lose him. 10 years ago, when it was time for his transplant, we packed up our family and left our well-paid teaching jobs and our families to live here in Jacksonville. Why? Because it was our choice, and we didn't want to lose him. He had his transplant and eventually returned to teaching because he loves what he does. By the way, he teaches ESE and was Teacher of the Year last year at his school. He takes 2 immunosuppressants and stays well by eating healthy, getting immunizations, and more. We do everything in our power to keep him healthy. Why? Because it was our choice, and we don't want to lose him. In the past few years, I have lost my father, my brother, my mother-in-law to cancer. I take care of my 80-year-old mother. I know how disease can change your life. This will change the lives of many people in our district. By sending us back to brick and mortar, you have taken away our choice. What about other teachers? We have pregnant teachers, cancer patients, high-risk patients. How can I protect my family from COVID? There is not an immunization or an antibiotic like there are for other diseases. How can I isolate at home away from my husband? Where will I stay? Who will take care of my high-risk mother? Why have I come so far to make these choices for my family, to have them all disregarded? The takeaway I would like to go with today is you can make up a year of education, but you cannot make up a life. Please consider virtual learning and reevaluate every quarter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Carrie Burke-McLeod, followed by Michelle Farah.
I wanted to take a moment to express my appreciation to board members who have said we should be moving to virtual learning and maybe we should think about moving school a little bit. I can express appreciation for that, but that's different from gratitude. And I want to express gratitude here. I want to. But when I've heard comments, for example, if a superintendent were to say that these are not safety precautions, they're mitigating precautions, I can appreciate it, but I can't express gratitude for that. If a super were to say it's not if they open, it is when they open. If that were to be said, I couldn't express gratitude for that. I could express appreciation, but not gratitude. If There were a comment made like, I can pass this plan regardless of whether the board votes. That's in my authority. I can still send this plan, if the board were to shoot it down, to the state board. I can't express gratitude for that because it sounds like a decision's already been made. So let's assume it has been made. Let's assume we're going to go back to physical schools. Then in that case, what are some things I could express gratitude for? Well, teacher hazard pay. I could express gratitude for that. I mean, it's not personally for me, but I've been trying to make a will for my mother. I've been trying to make a will for my aunt, and it would help with that. It would help pay for the ambulance that would eventually have to be called, or my grandmother, where she's still alive, what she'd call it, the wee-woo truck. I could express gratitude if there were mask enforcement. Not a mandate, but if there were enforcement in the code of conduct, class 2, class 3. And I know we might be worried about discipline data, right? We might be worried that, look at Duval County disproportionately pointing to these black and brown kids because they're being forced to go to school and now they're being forced to wear masks and da-da-da-da-da. I can understand that, but that's a disarm, right? You still got to do the right thing here. And I could appreciate it if the board in the plan included a work from home option through Duval Homeroom, not going physically into the school. Those are things I could express gratitude for, but golly, I can't right now. It makes it really hard to do that. Think about this. There's a lot of villainy around through the governments and all of this and plans being forced, a lot of villainy, but a hero is defined not by what they do, but their intent behind it, their enactment of justice, the way they thought it should be enacted. And so I asked the board, you can shoot down this plan. We can put more things into this, but if you don't, you're complicit. You're not the heroes, then you're the villains.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, though.
Harry Burke McLeod.
Thank you.
Next we have Michelle Farah, followed by Yvonne Schaefer.
Good afternoon, Dr. Green, honorable board members, and all school stakeholders. My name is Michelle Farah. My address is on file. I teach at Fort Caroline Middle School Arts Magnet. While you might perceive emotion or fear in my voice, it is actually a neurological disorder that I have developed. It's called spasmodic dysphonia abductor type. The dystonia causes me to be breathy and lose air. I have definitely experienced that wearing a mask the last few months. It's really heightened it. I am not high risk, but am susceptible to aspirate into my lungs. I'm blessed that this condition is not life-threatening. It is, however, permanent. Every 8 to 12 months, I go to have filler injection treatments. March 2nd, 2020 was the last day I taught in my classroom. I had taken leave for another treatment and to recoup during spring break. Once I recouped, I had a couple of days to prepare my visual arts students for Duval Homeroom. I adjusted well and they thrived with all of my art courses. Having shared this, it seems logical that I might apply for Duval Homeroom, but that is simply not the case. I understand why it is not possible for teacher position to be held at school, but I am not willing to give up my seat. I have worked hard for my program and to be there for my students. I don't want you to misunderstand me. Every educator's job is important. It is vital for our students and for our specialties to help our students be the best that they can be. I am also choosing to return to the fort, as we lovingly call it, because I never expected that brick and mortar would be viewed as a viable option given the current COVID-19 data. More and more districts across the community are choosing to reopen online, across the country, are choosing to reopen online, and their numbers do not compare to Florida. No one is denying the fact that students need school resources face-to-face with their teachers, counselors, peers, but it is too soon. The dynamics that we all love about school do not exist right now and will be overshadowed by all of the safety procedures that you are putting in place. I have followed guidelines since March. It was not always easy to be mindful, but I continue to practice as a responsible member of community. We have seen adults behave poorly in public. Surely this has not gone unnoticed on our students. Please open up the school year with Duval homeroom so that we do not have to start, stop, and pivot.
Thank
you.
Yvonne Schaefer, followed by Jennifer Wiseman.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Schaefer, and this is my second year as a teacher at Inglewood High School. I am a dual language teacher. I teach humanities, I teach language arts, and Latin American history in Spanish. Okay, and I work at a Title I school where I encounter poverty, violence, and drugs every day. That's why I made sure that my classroom is the prettiest of the school. I got the diploma to show it. And it's a place where my students can feel safe. They can feel safe, loved, protected, and appreciated. I don't care who they are. I don't care what they do outside my class. The only thing that I care about is during those 90 minutes where the 40 of them are there with me, they feel safe, loved, and they're ready to learn. During my first active shooter drill, that's a new thing for me because no other country in the world has this, I promised my students to protect them, keep them safe, even if I had to do it with my own life. And today, if you, everybody included here, decide to cave to the political mandates of the governor or the threats that got funding to the schools, you are gonna make me break my promise. I won't be able to protect them from COVID. I won't be able to do it. It's not, my school lacks of resources, funding, and space. We have 2,000 students that are coming this year. They barely fit in our classrooms. How are we gonna be able to separate them? We are not prepared. We're not yet prepared. I don't feel safe. How can I teach if I'm scared? I will be in a poorly ventilated classroom with 40 students. Masks will not be mandated. I teach by example, and I see people here not wearing masks, and that is uncomfortable for me. They won't have the option to wash their hands constantly. Our bathrooms are not well equipped. And my zip code has the highest rate of infections, and we all know that Hispanics and African Americans are at a higher risk of getting sick, and they not always have health insurance. I believe that we teachers should start on our regular day, and I'm asking you here, please train us. Give us professional development. Give us the tools. We want to go back. We want to be trained on online school. Let's start online. Let's be capable of doing it so parents will be proud of the education we're giving our children. And my daughter has asthma, and I'm scared to bring the virus back home because I'm a single mother. And if you put me in the position of choosing between a paycheck or my daughter, I will choose her. So please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please wear a mask.
Next we have Jennifer Wiseman, followed by Savannah Ridgely.
Hello. My name is Jennifer Wiseman. I graduated from Baldwin High School, and I now teach at White House Elementary. My mother and grandmother both graduated from Baldwin, and my daughter now attends Baldwin. So my roots are deep in my community. I know a lot of people, and I've had so many teachers and parents reach out and thank me for being a voice for them. I cannot wait to return to brick and mortar. I've been bullied, and I take that word very seriously. I've been bullied by many other teachers for having a differing opinion from them. Honestly, if they treat other adults this way, how are they going to treat my child? So many teachers have reached out and said they're scared to voice their opinion because they don't want to be bullied. This gives me hope that my children will be treated kindly. One size fits all has never been appropriate in schools. That's why we analyze data and provide individualized instruction. That's why I'm thankful for both online and brick and mortar options during this time. There are so many parents, especially in my community, they're working parents, who rely on our schools. No, we're not babysitters, but we do provide a great service for these parents, and they need it. They rely on it. These people can't be here today because they're working. Sitting here today at this meeting, our internet keeps cutting out, our video feed keeps cutting out, and this is how some people want to force me to teach my students, and this is how some people want my children to be forced to learn. If I could tell you the number of times, Miss Wiseman, I can't hear you. Are you there, Miss Wiseman? Are you cut out? I don't see you. And then they're gone, and I've lost my student for the day. It happened all the time. That's not how I want my children to learn. That's not how I want to teach. Sorry, I lost my spot. If a parent wants that, that's their choice, and I respect that choice. I'm just asking for the choice to return myself and my children to brick and mortar. We need to be back in the classroom on August 10th. We say teach from bell to bell, make every day count. Those extra days will be missed. Starting late is important. Starting on time is important for our children. I have children depending on me, and they deserve my best, which is returning as scheduled. Let me put on my parent hat for a minute. I'm the parent of a 7th grader at Baldwin and an 8th grader at James Weldon Johnson. My children are outstanding students and could easily do virtual from home without my assistance. However, I want my children to learn how to think, how to communicate, how to navigate life. For them, online learning was just about completing assignments. They've already lost many weeks due to brick and mortar closing. Please open schools on August 10th so they don't lose another week of learning. Thank you all for your time. I know it's a very hard situation you're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Savannah Ridgely, followed by Chelsea Rigdon.
Distinguished board members, my name is Savannah Ridgely, and I am a science teacher at William M. Raines High School. Today, I implore you to vote not based on pitfalls you see with virtual instruction, but rather based on what you consider to be the acceptable number of hospitalizations and deaths. A common experience among science teachers is our students asking us why we didn't become doctors. This comes from our societal notion that teachers are somehow less than other professions. Despite nearly everyone having a teacher who significantly impacted them, my students constantly ask why I didn't choose to pursue something better than working with them. But here's the thing. I never once thought I wanted to risk my health or be responsible for someone else's in that way. Though I sincerely hope my students go on to work in the health sector after the amazing work I see them accomplish in my class, doing so personally is not why I sought to become a teacher. I agree to do the fire and active shooter drills. I agree to be CPR and first aid certified for unexpected events. I have even agreed to search the school for a bomb with JSO just because the threat came while I was on planning. But all of these situations arrive from an if. Be prepared for if these things happen. The plan proposed does not leave room for questions that start with if, only when. When teachers quit or die, how will those vacancies be filled? When schools must close due to outbreak, how will we ensure access for distance learning? When we see a rise in hospitalizations and deaths, how many hospital bills and funerals will you cover the costs of? Because you see, forcing me back into an unsafe classroom shows an even greater disregard for school staff than my students asking why I'm not a doctor. Voting to start in person screams that the acceptable number of deaths is greater than 0. Last week, I shared with you a required high school standard. Though there are several more this plan ignores, I instead today leave you with Article 3 from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of person. Vote to keep us alive and secure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Chelsea Rigdon, followed by Chartis Brown.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Rigdon. So this is my daughter standing behind me. Her name's Skylar. She's 8 and going into the 3rd grade at Johnny Ford, and then she's also in the gifted program at R.L. Brown. She's why I'm here today, and for me personally, I have a full book. So I'm a full-time mom. I have her and her 2-year-old little brother 100% of the time. I'm a full-time student. I work to support both of them by myself. Up until March 12th, actually spring break, I took spring break off from work to hang out with them since I was out of school, and never went back to work after that. COVID kind of turned our plans upside down. Me being technically savvy, I'm a mechanical engineer, sorry, I'm nervous. A mechanical engineering student. I'm working on my bachelor's program. I'm very tech savvy and can navigate through online learning with the best of them. Sitting through online learning with her, trying to get my degree done and coach her through her online schooling for 2 different schools for an 8-year-old, logging into homeroom is not efficient. It's 12 different classrooms that pop up. Each teacher's got 14 different assignments in there. Nothing has a due date. Nobody knows what's going on. She would be in class for an hour. Maybe she would have a 10 o'clock meeting one day and 11 o'clock meeting the next day for gifted. That's it. I don't know how she did. I don't know if she passed 2nd grade at this point. I know that 3rd grade she's going to the same teacher, hopefully. I don't think this is an acceptable way to go forward. I think we should have a choice on whether or not our kids come back to school. I want her to be able to return to a brick and mortar school on August 10th. I think that is very important for her learning, for her development. I've spent a lot of time instilling in her the importance of education. A lot of parents don't do that, and she's falling behind. So I can only imagine the parents that do not have the time to spend with them. I don't have the time to spend with her in her education, but the parents that aren't as proactive as I have been, how far their children are gonna fall behind. We already have adults that can't read. We don't need children that can't read because they don't have internet access or because they don't have parents that are gonna sit with them over their shoulder, and nor do we have the capability as parents to have to do that or be able to do that. Teachers cannot hold the attention of 20 students, and watching her in classrooms, I saw 10 of her classmates. I know there are more than 10 kids in her class. The last half of the year, maybe 10 kids showed up to school. I think those are big issues that need to be considered as we go forward, along with staffing our bathrooms with toilet paper and soaps and supplies, because my 8-year-old shouldn't have to take soap and toilet paper with her to the bathroom. PPE probably for me would fall second to sanitary equipment in the bathrooms and in the classrooms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Chartis Brown, followed by Truella James.
Hello, my name is Chartis Brown, and I thank you all for having us here today to speak. I'm an educator in Duval County. I've been an educator for 14 years. The number of corona cases are increasing daily, as well as the number of deaths in Duval County. But there's this decision to return back to brick and mortar as one of 3 options. My choice and my decision says it should not be an option for us to go to brick and mortar, not right now, not now. As a teacher, I'm very supportive of my students. I attend football games in Duval County. I would say recently, it might not have been recently, but I was attending a football game in Duval County and found myself caught in the midst of gunfire. That was not planned. It was not a good experience. It was not something that I expected. But at the time it happened, I was able to grab a few students around me and bring them down to the ground. And we ran for safety. You all know about the shooting in Duval County. It was not a good experience, but what came out of it was that I was able to protect some students and myself. Now, with this COVID-19, what we know as coronavirus, I feel like that it's an invisible monster. I cannot protect my kids from this. What prepares me on how to protect my students against this invisible monster? And then I thought about this. Why does everything always have to be a number when it comes to the government? Even when it comes to life and possibly death of our students, our faculty, our staff, our families. This disease has no certain age for its victims. Just recently on the news, I heard about the 9-year-old kid that was killed by COVID-19. That's the age of my students. As a 4th grade teacher in Duval County, I would have those 9-year-olds. And I would say this, all lives matter. I would want the Duval County public school system to go to virtual learning. I would like for us to assess Duval's COVID-19 numbers and reconsider the brick and mortar opening of schools in Duval County. When I was a teacher as a teacher in Duval County, my kids have a motto. And part of that motto is to make good choices. If we expect kids to make good choices, what do we expect adults to do? So I would stand for those that are in favor of life and say, please make good choices when it comes to our students, our faculty, our staff, our parents, and our grandparents. Let's just make good choices, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Truella James, followed by Kimberly Williams.
Good afternoon, Dr. Green and school board members. My name is Truella James, and I am an educational leader at Duval County Public Schools. I've been in Duval County Schools for 9 years. I've been in education for over 22 years. My concern is for the safety of all teachers, students, and support staff and administrators. Since the percentage of COVID cases are on the rise, what will be done to ensure the safety during fire drill codes, Code Red, active shooter drills, since it is very difficult to social distance with these activities in place? If a third of current students are testing positive for COVID-19, grave thought need to be adhered to be sure that all students, teachers, support staff, and administrators, and of course our special needs students, are supportive. If schools are being opened too soon, the safety issue has been compromised and the health and welfare of all of our constituents are at risk. We have been trained as educators, safety first. What will be done to protect all of us? My prayer is that you will do the right thing for all of us here in Duval County Public School. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kimberly Williams, followed by Adam Peartree.
Good afternoon, Dr. Green, board members. My name is Kimberly Williams, and I stand before you today representing, I guess, the educators here in Florida. I have listened to all of the comments that have come before me from the individuals, but let me first say to you, Dr. Green, I really appreciate you listening to the public's comment by conducting this forum to hear our concerns as it relates to the virtual learning here in Duval. I am a product of the Duval County Public School System. I have 20 plus years in education. I am a graduate of Raines High School here. I can relate to Mr. Chris Hand, the gentleman that had on the Andrew Jackson Black Lives Matter. I too believe that not only Black Lives Matter, but all lives matter. Just to be short and quick to the point, all of the options that have been presented by the board members will accommodate all parties involved. I do believe that those parents that have to work have to do what they need to do in order to make sure that they are doing what needs to be done to make sure that their families survive. I also believe that the option should be available to everybody, wherein using what is already out there to accommodate everybody. For example, those parents that do have to go to work, utilize your children at home. If you have high school students at home and maybe elementary and middle school students, utilize your children at home. Use them to teach your younger children if you have to leave the home to go to work. Set standards and boundaries wherein you have it set where your children are teaching your younger children, so that when you come home, you have an assignment for them to show you, okay, this is what I learned today from my sibling as it relates to what they were supposed to do. Even the option of returning to the brick and mortar. Yes, the children do need to be around other children, because as elementary students, they do need to release that energy. Think of a kindergartner sitting in a class all day. It's very, very hard to be sitting all day and not being able to release that energy. They need to be outside running around to get rid of that. So the option of maybe returning to the schools or starting out virtually and then returning to the schools at the end of each 9 weeks, wherein they have that social interaction or those social skills with their classmates, wherein they are not missing out on not being able to be around them. The other option, of course, with the middle and high school students, same thing, you know, giving them the option of the virtual learning, but at the same time, at the end of the second, you know, quarter or final quarter, they too get the opportunity to return to their schools to interact with their classmates, their friends, because at some point in time, when you look at the seniors, they too are going to eventually part ways with their classmates that they've been in school with all year.
Thank you very
I
much.
personally,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next we have Adam Pear 3, followed by Rachel Barron.
Thank you. As she said, my name is Adam Pear 3. I just want to speak very quickly about how proud we are that the Duval County School Board decides to act in a data-driven way. So, a few data points. Let's start a little bit further back. On July 8th, the U.S. Department of Health named Jacksonville a COVID hotspot. Yesterday, it was recorded that with our new totals of death, Florida is averaging 118 deaths a day. 1 month ago, the state of Florida averaged 33 deaths a day. That means that in 1 month, the amount of deaths has increased 350%. We know that the United States is #1 in the world for COVID cases. But let's put that to the side. Let's look only at Florida. Florida now has, according to the Florida COVID data tracker, 390,000 cases. So if we ignore the rest of the United States, that means that Florida is the 5th hardest hit place in the world. When we say that the only safe way to return is to go digital, we're not talking about America. We're talking about specifically Florida, the 5th most dangerous place in the world. Now, we've heard today, and it is anecdotal, but we've heard from numerous people today that say that either they or people that they know are going to consider to leave the field. So, we know that their classrooms can have, elementary schools are supposed to have 18 students, middle school is supposed to have 22, high school is 25. As somebody that works in a low-income school, I know that those numbers are not met. Do we do that on purpose, or do we do that because we have to? The answer is because we have to. So now that we're hearing all these people are possibly planning on leaving, what we want to know is, okay, has there been any kind of drive? Are we seeing an abnormal rise in people trying to be teachers this year? If not, we know that that number will be lower. Then, when people get sick, they won't be able to come in. Has there been any kind of abnormal increase in the number of substitutes? The last thing I will leave you with is we all greatly remember how the Honorable Dr. Green appeared on the cover of the Florida Times-Union last year when she acted as a sub. We know there are going to be less people. We want to confirm that her, the rest of you, and any DCPS employee that is not already in a classroom will pick up the slack when we do not have enough people. And if you will not commit to that, we all know why, and we shouldn't have to commit to it either. Go digital. It's the only safe way.
Thank you. Next, we have Rachel Barron, followed by Alex Ingram.
Good afternoon, I'm Rachel Barron, and first I just want to say thank you to all the passionate speakers and educators and staff and bus drivers. I'm so proud to stand up here with you in solidarity. I would like to share a phrase that DCPS employees frequently hear from the district. That phrase is data-driven decisions. I'm sure all teachers have heard this one. When students have to spend hours with required district assessments, we're told it's so we can make data-driven decisions. But for some reason, this does not seem to apply in the middle of a pandemic. Not a single country has successfully opened schools before flattening the curve. There is no data backing up what Duval is attempting to do right now. Our students and staff are being used as an experiment. I am very worried this district will be written about in medical journals, and it will not be for positive reasons. This brings me to my next point. We have to think ahead past the virus. We could significantly cripple our education system here in Duval due to teacher attrition. Due to the testing culture and micromanaging, teachers are leaving the profession in droves. The data does show us that pre-COVID, teacher preparation programs were at an all-time low. Teachers will quit and retire because of the choices you are forcing them to make, and there will be nobody to replace them. I have already heard from friends and colleagues that if this plan moves forward, they will leave this profession. Other teachers will come back because they feel they have no choice. They will get sick and suffer permanent health complications, making it impossible for them to continue to teach. Other teachers will die. What good does opening now do if we end up with no teachers left in 2021? Will every school board member pledge to sub in those classrooms? I appreciate the difficult situation you are in. The governor has overstepped his bounds and is trying to tell local districts what to do. But this plan as it stands is not acceptable and not safe. I am imploring the school board to do something. I am speaking on behalf of 3 different teachers who have told me with this plan they will not go back to work. They will quit. These are excellent teachers, and we need them to feel safe enough to stay. Please. You will lose so many great teachers across this district. I'm asking you to make sure this doesn't happen. One of the best teachers I know has been offered a private homeschooling job. Depending on what happens today, she will take that job or not. We cannot afford to lose her and other teachers like her. Teachers are having meetings and talks with principals and early staff meetings, and we know the district is not valuing our safety. There are no plans to reduce class sizes, and while students will likely be eating lunch in my classroom, taking their masks off, and putting me at risk, apparently they are still expected to move around the school and switch classes to do intervention programs like athletics and corrective reading. It's hard to blame teachers for quitting when the district values intervention programs like corrective reading over teacher and student safety. Again, this plan is not acceptable and it will not keep students and staff safe. The current plan is sending staff and students into a fire without any water. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alex Ingram, followed by Denisha Kirkland.
Hi there, my name is Alex Ingram. I am a 6-year school teacher. I teach 7th grade civics, 12th grade AP government, and 12th grade AP microeconomics. I will tell you proudly, my AP scores didn't suffer at all. Cool, right? We know online learning is not the best. We know that. But it's a lot better than dying, right? So I want to try this multi-sensory approach. If you guys would humor me, I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to imagine your mentor, your favorite teacher, the teacher that changed your life. Let me do it too. For me, my mentor is Gail Pfizer, who's an AP Bio teacher at Darnell Cookman that will not be returning next year because she's afraid to die. She's leaving Darnell Cookman, a place which is her home. She's my door neighbor. She is the person who, when I would have a day that I knew I couldn't return back to work, she was the one that would build me back up. Those are the teachers that you are going to lose if you go forward with this plan. You won't lose teachers they're 33 and think they're invincible, right? That think they're untouchable, that can't understand the statistics of this. I want to also try another thing here. I want to appeal to those of you who have backgrounds in psychology or mental health. I want you to think about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I want you to think about where safety is on that if a child does not feel safe, they cannot learn. It's just like if a child is hungry, they cannot learn. I want you to think about one last thing, and this is SSC 1. This is John Locke's social contract. The social contract is very clear. Government exists for the people to protect life, liberty, and property. That's why we have government. Otherwise, we're running around on a deserted island bashing each other's heads in with coconuts. There's a reason why life comes first on that list. Your job is to protect the safety and well-being of the citizens of Duval County Public Schools, of the citizens of Jacksonville. Even if those other government agencies are not doing that, that is still your responsibility. Do not advocate that power just because others have kowtowed towards bullies. I understand that Betsy DeVos is threatening to cut off Title I funds. Then make her defend that decision for starving the poorest children. Make her make that decision. We will have your backs on that. Heck, I already feed half my kids out of my pantry. Like, okay, right? I mean, like, really, this is what we're facing. Good luck.
Next, we have Denisha Kirkland, followed by Zachary Carter.
Good afternoon. My name is Denisha Kirkland. I'm a school bus driver. I'm a 19-year vet. And I love my job. I love my students. But I feel like y'all are putting us in danger as far as us transporting kids, the kids not having to wear face masks. I have an underlying medical condition where I have asthma and I also have COPD. So if I have to be stuck wearing a mask from 1:30 in the evening to like 7, 8 o'clock at night, it's really hard for me because I have asthma. And I've been sitting out in the lobby since this meeting started, and I got hot from just wearing my mask. So I know me transporting my high school, I transport 55 students. How can you social distance with 55 kids on one bus? It's no way possible. And I just feel like everybody else said, you get on a bus, they hit us, they want to hug the little ones. And good morning, Miss Danisha, da-da-da-da. But we can't practice social distancing like that if you're stacking all those kids on one particular bus. My safety is first. My health is more important than anything else because I don't want to die trying to drive nobody's child to and from school. My son is sickly. He's 11 years old as well. And I'm not sending my son to school, but everybody has their own choice. My son is doing Duval homeroom. My son does very well. He's very smart. But for me to send my son to school, I feel like my son's health will be at risk as well, as far as the teachers, our staff, the people at the school, the teachers. All I ask is, even though we know that y'all already been voted the day before the meeting starts, so y'all know what y'all gonna do the day before, but my thing is, think about our health and our kids and our safety first. We talk as bus drivers, safety is always first. There's no way there's gonna be safety first if you're putting all these kids on one bus, getting us sick and we have to take this illness home to our students and, to our children and our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Zachary Carter, followed by LaShonda Holloway.
How many deaths are okay for you?
Please state your name for the record.
Zachary Carter. How many deaths are okay for you? I can tell you from experience that one death is too many.
If you're a teacher, then maybe you can understand the tragedy of having your student, your child, die. I don't have any children personally, but in my ASD class, every year I give piece of my heart out to 10 new students. And I have had a student pass well before her time. I can only imagine the intense grief I experienced must be eclipsed by every parent who has had to lose a child. What level of grief will you feel when the first student or teacher dies from an illness they contracted at your schools? Will you attend their funerals as me and several school staff did? Will you sob for months every time you return here as I did? Will you lose hours of sleep as we did? How will you feel when your child, brother, sister, father, or mother dies from a virus caught in one of your schools? The last time you went to the grocery store, how many adults wore their masks? And of them, how many had their noses covered? How many people took it off just to speak? How can we expect our students, especially those with special needs, to wear masks for over 8 hours a day when neurotypical adults who can fully understand that they are in the middle of a pandemic will not wear a mask for 1 hour just to get groceries? Are you able to wear masks over 8 hours a day, 5 days a week? I can see that's not the case. Now imagine you're a 5-year-old child and maybe you're on the autism spectrum. Do you think that you have the impulse control and the presence of mind to do this? Do not ask us to choose between our careers and our lives. We need distance learning until the infection rate is under control. 14 days, no new cases. Yes, our most vulnerable populations need school services, but not at the cost of their lives. Instead of sending us to our doom, how about you put the time and energy into finding ways to provide the services while continuing distance learning and keeping us safe? The pandemic is now worse than when we left bricks behind. If we had evacuated for a fire and it kept burning for 5 months and it was even bigger, would you send us back in? Let this decision weigh heavily on your shoulders as it does ours. How many children's funerals will you attend? Governor DeSantis has 5 so far, a 9-year-old in Putnam County, an 11-year-old in Miami-Dade, an 11-year-old in Broward, and 2 more. Tell their families that COVID-19 does not affect children. 1 dead child is too many. 1 dead teacher is too many. 1 dead para is too many. 1 dead parent is too many. 1 dead mother is too many. 1 dead father is too many. 1 dead custodian is too many. 1 dead lunch attendant is too many. 1 dead bus driver is too many. 1 dead counselor is too many. 1 dead brother is too many. 1 dead sister is too many.
Thank you.
Thank you.
LaShonda Holloway, followed by our final speaker, Terry Brady.
Dr. Green, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is LaShonda L.J. Holloway, and I rise before you not only as a community stakeholder, but also as a former teacher who taught AP World History and Economics at Stanton College Preparatory. I am also a very proud graduate of William Marion Raines High School. And moreover, I am a candidate for Congress. We've heard the speakers today, and many of them have said that this city is void of leadership. Don't be counted in that number. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a charge. You have a charge to make sure that the health, safety, and general welfare of the students of Duval County Public Schools are safe. Please put lives over lessons. Lives over lessons. COVID-19 is a novel global pandemic, and it's novel, meaning that it is relatively new. We need to be sure that there is at least 14 days of no new cases and make sure that we implement Duval homeroom and give teachers the professional development that they need in order to undertake that endeavor. Moreover, I have been before you for many issues before, from EVAC to school repairs, but today I am here as a matter of life and death. You don't want the deaths of children and teachers, paras, bus drivers, or custodians on your hands. Moreover, students should not be pawns, and teachers should not have to stop, start, pivot, or be put at risk. There is a void in leadership, as I've stated, and I hope that you would have the courage to vote to delay school opening, and you've heard all of the reasons why you should delay, and I don't envy you. But as a leader in this community, I would hope that you would put the lives of all of the persons who are affected, not only in the Duval County Duval County school system, but also in this community. Thank you for your time, and I hope you make the right decision.
Thank you, Ms. Holloway. Our final speaker this afternoon will be Terry Brady.
Good afternoon. First of all, I think we owe a great deal of gratitude to the teachers, the paraprofessionals, the bus drivers, and everyone that came before us today to speak with such passion and commitment. It's shown very easily that they love their jobs and they love their students. The fear that they have is like we all fear in this room. No one knows the effects of the coronavirus. No one does, other than it causes death. And that's what everyone is here for, is to try to prevent death from happening. So good afternoon. When school campuses were closed in Florida and across this nation in the spring, few would have imagined that that outbreak of COVID-19 would be peaking in Florida mere weeks before students and staff were expected to return to schools. But that is the situation we find ourselves in now. After taking 113 days for Florida to go from first case of the virus to way over 100,000 cases, it took less than 1 month to triple that total to well over 400,000 cases. It is scary to be an educator in Florida, and it is even more scary to be an educator in Duval County today. It seems as if those who wielded political power are more concerned about their image than about the real safety of our students and employees when opening our schools. When the Commissioner Corcoran releases emergency order declaring school campuses must be open 5 days a week, as scheduled this fall, the rebuke was loud, swift, and bipartisan, and occurred every corner of this state saying no. Now, talking politics, the state CFO, Petronas, in March extended a workers' compensation benefit to frontline workers, fire, police, and nurses. That's a good thing. They deserve to have that benefit extended. But why not all educators? You do more on the front line as the frontline workers, the educators, administrators, paras, office personnel, cafeteria workers, and bus drivers, and everyone in this district. Do not tell me that this issue has not become political. I have been on record during print articles, radio, and TV interviews that schools should open with online instruction for everyone. I have spoken to many of you about that fear of our employees for their health and the well-being not only of themselves, but the health of their families and students. I'm not going to go over all the statistics at this time, but ladies and gentlemen, it is staggering. Florida Education Association conducted just a 2-day poll statewide. We pulled out the data just from educators in Duval County, and we had 2,539 educators participate in that poll. 221 want brick and mortar, 240 brick and mortar and delayed opening, 374 hybrid, and 1763 they want to start with distance learning. Ladies and gentlemen, I can go on about if this plan passes, we'll work collaboratively with the district to make sure our workspaces are the safest that it can be through our continued collaboration. but who can guarantee what that definition of safety is? But right now, I am more concerned about the safety and welfare of our students and our employees. Everybody, this fear is real. Please reconsider distance opening for the start of school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brady.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. And first of all, let me thank all of the speakers who took time to be here today. We are in a difficult situation. We have to make a decision that won't please everyone, but we feel it's in the best interest of the students that we serve. We will take a 5-minute break. We've been sitting here for 2 hours. We'll reconvene at 3:15. 5-minute break. call the meeting back in session. We have 5 items to discuss. First item is approval of school reopening plan for planned instructional delivery options. Dr. Green, would you read your recommendation?
Chairman, thank you. That the Duval County School Board approve the instructional delivery models included in the attached 2020-2021 school reopening plan. That the Duval County School Board authorize the superintendent or her designee to make technical amendments to the 2021 school reopening plan, including those requested by the FDOE, and to report such amendments to the school board.
Thank you. I ask for your, is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Anderson,
Second.
second by Board Member Joyce. Discussion, we have Board Member Willie and Ashley Smith Juarez. Are you here?
Yes, Board Member Willie is here.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Board Member Hershey.
I know that the board has received information on the plan. Is the superintendent going to share the reopening of school plan, just so we have an understanding of what you're proposing? I know that we had a plan and then there was a pivot because the governor came out with a statement, but just want everybody to be clear on what the proposal is, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Green.
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, the executive summary of the plan is that the school district would reopen for a delayed start. In the plan, it is recommending August 20th. That is different than our meeting last week, recommending that we open August 20th and that we open with what we call a bridge to reopening. The bridge to reopening indicates that elementary schools would offer 5 days a week brick and mortar, would offer full-time Duval homeroom, and offer full-time Duval Virtual Instruction Academy. So parents have those 3 options for elementary. For middle school, 3 options. Middle school, we start with a hybrid that 6th grade would go to school 4 days a week, 7th and 8th grade 3 days a week, Duval homeroom on the days that they're not in school. The second option would be full-time Duval homeroom. As we explained, secondary electives become a challenge, so students will receive the full core classes that are required, but electives may be limited. Third option is full-time Duval Virtual Instructional Academy. The one thing I need to explain about Duval homeroom, we request parents make a commitment to Duval homeroom for at least a quarter. So that's 9 weeks. So every quarter, parents can make the decision, oh, I want to go back to brick and mortar. DVIA, we request that parents make that a year-long commitment because DVIA is our virtual school and we are only paid for DVIA based on course completion. And for elementary students, course completion is 180 days. For secondary, course completion is the completion of credits. So just explaining the difference between the two. For high school, our bridge to reopening is a hybrid. Again, high school students would be divided into 2 cohorts. They would attend school brick and mortar 2 days a week and 3 days through Duval homeroom. Second option is Duval homeroom full-time. Same as middle school, all core classes will be offered with electives. We each, I don't want to say each school will work through their own electives, but we have schools working together sort of in a consortium to deal with unique electives. For example, IB. That is, it's not an elective, but it is a unique program. And we have the IB schools working together to support any student that chooses full-time Duval homeroom. Again, we request that families commit to at least a quarter, and they can return at the end of each quarter if it is their desire. And then, again, the third option, DVIA, which is a full-time option. Parents would need to know they would have to withdraw from their school and enroll in DVIA, but there is an agenda item on the board to ensure that if they are attending a magnet school, that their seat will not be lost, that they can still retain their seat to go back to that particular school, brick and mortar.
I have a follow-up.
Sorry.
So if we start with a hybrid option for specifically middle school and high school, is there a point, do we have a date certain of when we evaluate that to say it's not going to be hybrid, or it would continue to be hybrid, or are there things that we're looking at to identify the continuation of the hybrid bridge?
Yes, there is a date certain. It is September 14th. In the original plan, it was the day after Labor Day, but when we worked with DTU to push the date back, we pushed back that date as well to coincide. So it would be hybrid from August 20th to September 14th. And after such time, it would migrate to a 5-day-a-week brick and mortar option.
Would it be possible that it would be extended pending
Yes.
trends in Duval County?
Yes, it can be extended.
I have just one
Sure.
more. Since the sheriff came out this past week recently and expressed concerns about safety with the RNC, will the district, I know this is a little separate, consider mapping like a 5-mile radius of schools that may be impacted to consider how they might operate with the RNC here? I'm curious in that conversation. I think there's some schools like Lavilla and Andrew Jackson and some others that might be impacted.
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, Director Edwards and I met with the Sheriff Department, and they are working with us. Unfortunately, they had a meeting today, and it coincided with this meeting. We will follow up from today's meeting to see what portion of the planning impacts DCPS. And we wanted to let them know that we have a way to support those schools. If we needed to have those schools be completely on Duval homeroom, we are willing to do that. We are just working through their plans and working with them.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Dr. Green, let me ask, let me go to the board members. Board member Willie, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do have some questions, and I'll tell you this, but this is quite a decision to make because there's so many sort of competing factors.
We can't, Board member Willie, we can't hear you. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
It's a little better.
Say yes, you can.
A little bit
Louder.
A little bit.
A little better. Can go ahead. We'll do our best.
I can try to speak up as much as possible. Let me know. Is this a little bit better?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. We'll try to follow you as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is not an easy decision by any means. There's so many competing factors when it comes to what we're talking about today, and I weigh a lot of it. I weigh the choices for parents who need to have those choices, weighing the teacher's angle and trying to figure that out. And I just have questions around some of the data. I know we looked at. I know
think what he asked was, what are we going to do surrounding staff and being able to get staff? Is that,
Vice Chair
is that
Anderson
accurate?
is repeating your question, so if,
Interpreting.
can you say yes or no if she summarizes it correctly? Go ahead, Vice Chair Anderson.
Board Member Willie, are you asking about staff and whether or not we will have the ability to staff our schools and what we would, and how the district will respond to that?
Yes, yes, and even before that, yes, yes.
Through the chair, was there another question?
No.
Through the chair to Board Member Willie, currently today, we have the least amount of vacancies we've probably had in the last 10 years, 80. We have only 80 vacancies at this time. Normally, at this time of the year, we're still close to about 200 vacancies. We do understand that decisions by teachers may change between now and the start of school. We have been meeting with our substitute contractor to ensure that we have substitute teachers available for the first day of school. We have confirmed that we will have over 2,000 substitutes available for the first day of school, as well as the superintendent will be available on the first day of school. I will be in a classroom on day one.
Board Member Willie, did that answer your question?
It did. Can you hear me a little better? I put in a.
No, you're fading. You're fading now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna yield and try to figure out another number to call in.
Okay, we did hear you better there. Board Member Smith Juarez, you had any questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I hear Board Member Willie just fine. So I don't know if it's something with the mic. I do have really a couple of questions and a few comments. So the plan proposes to push back the start date of school to August the 20th, 8 school days, 10 calendar days, and to delay the return of teachers by, I believe it is 7 days, that teachers would report on August the 12th. And as I read the plan, and forgive me for the long reading, but I think it's important to the question. Page 3 of the plan speaks to addressing the unpredictable numbers of COVID-19 in our community, and then speaks to the days, which I just stated. It says this, so now I'm reading directly from the plan. This delayed start provides additional time for professional development and protective equipment and supplies to be provided to the schools. In this model, school-based instructional staff report back to school for pre-planning on Wednesday, August 12th, delaying the start of their work year by 7 days. The additional time will be used by our operations department to continue delivering supplies and PPE, to sanitize schools, install plexiglass, foam, and film barriers, and to deploy an antimicrobial shield product on frequently touched surfaces. In addition, the district is assembling a DCPS COVID-19 rapid response team consisting of a team of nurses that will provide an expedited response to suspected and identified cases of COVID-19 in the school district. The team will work in conjunction with the Florida Department of Health, Duval, to conduct contact tracing and follow up with COVID-19 positive students and employees. So I now am no longer reading from the plan, but there are safety measures that are being proposed that we need
Through the chair to Board Member Smith Juarez, we are proposing a scaffolding professional development as it relates to the topic of teaching online. Because our teachers will be in different tiers, we will have a tier of teachers who are teaching Duval homeroom full-time. And that requires a different level of engagement versus the teachers who will be teaching hybrid, where some days the students are in school and other days they're receiving their academics through Duval homeroom. And then the third tier are for teachers who are in brick and mortar, and at the beginning of the year they may be teaching face-to-face, and if there comes an opportunity or a time that we have to close that school or whatever the situation may be, those teachers will have training so that when we go to Duval homeroom, they will be prepared. It won't be you get notice and you're not prepared to transition if we have to. I do want to remind the board that we are very cognizant that we are in still the first wave of COVID-19 and have no idea what is before us beyond the first 9 weeks of school.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And I appreciate that all teachers will receive professional development in online learning. My next question is, can that professional development, or is there a reason that professional development is not proposed to begin at the same time that teachers were intended to report back to school? So I guess, is that professional development designed to be delivered remotely, and could teachers start that on the original pre-planning date?
Through the chair to Board Member Smith Juarez, I believe it could. I know that Ms. Renfro is working with her team and working with our instructional technology, but because we believe the training is vastly different for each tier, we've tried to make sure that the training is presented in a way that is very engaging and helpful for those teachers who are teaching online full-time, as well as those teachers that will start in brick and mortar. So although I think my team can do whatever is asked of them, we specifically requested the extended time because we wanted to make sure we provided professional development for a variety of instructional groups, as well as providing PPE training, the COVID-19 strategies training. It's a lot, and we're moving as fast as we can, and the delay just supports our team doing an effective job.
Thank you. As I said at the previous meeting, and the superintendent has emphasized that this year certainly will be unpredictable and is likely to require us to be nimble, to be willing and ready. I'll use the primary factor in deciding when to open schools is surrounding case counts and community spread. And as we continue to see case counts rise in our community, and we do not have the contact tracing and the rapid testing in place to be able to understand how that spread is happening and mitigate it. And I say we, not the school district, the community at large right now, because our schools are not open. I cannot today vote for a date to bring students and teachers back into schools that is only a small number of weeks without seeing a decline in cases, without seeing a low number of cases over a number of days, and without having the community support and strategies in place to be able to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. I believe that we can develop our teachers to be able to deliver an even better Duval homeroom than they delivered in the spring on a moment's notice, and did everything that they could to do that well. And so I would be in favor of some delay for that particular topic or that particular item. And I will say this one more thing, and then I will allow other members to speak. I would also really continue to urge us to work with community. I would urge those parents and teachers and others who we have heard from who are eager to return back to school, and that is not only those who want to return regardless of the current case count. That is many of those who we have heard who want case counts to be lower so that they can go back to school. I would encourage everyone to really look to and plead with those who can control those community supports that are outside of our purview in our building, to go to those folks and really look for the structure and the systems that we need in order to have our community in a place where we can welcome students back to school. I want students in school. I have advocated for public education for longer than I've been on the board, and I believe that our school buildings and face-to-face learning is a better place for children than online and remote absent of a pandemic. With a pandemic and with case counts the way that they are, I do not believe that it is responsible for us as a school district to set a date to return to school absent of the systems and structures that need to be in place in community as well as in our schools in order to mitigate the spread and to have low case counts upon that opening so that those systems can work. And as I have, over the last week, spoken with more public health officials, I become even more resolved in that decision. So I will not be supporting a plan that continues to offer a hybrid or a 5-day option without a clear direction on that occurring only if and when case counts are controlled in this community and the systems and structures are in place to keep it controlled. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Smith-Juarez. Anyone else? Board Member Joyce?
Last week, Board Member Smith-Juarez had indicated that as a board, we have a very, very, very tough decision in front of us. And there is absolutely no way we are going to make everyone happy. I appreciate all of the advocacy from the teachers, from the parents, from school administrators. I have read every single email that has been sent to me. And I have had many, many sleepless nights over this decision. For me, my perspective is a little, I understand Board Member Smith Suarez's perspective, but a few thoughts from me as a parent and as a former teacher. We're not in the same situation that we were in last spring. We were completely shut down. Parents were at home with their children. They were working from home. We have so many parents that don't have that option anymore.
That's not your fault.
Excuse me.
We have so many parents that don't have that option anymore. We had a teacher that came to the podium in our previous meeting and said, I want to do everything virtually. I want my children to be at home virtually. I want to teach from home virtually. But if you make me go back to a brick and mortar school to teach Duval homeroom, what am I going to do with my children? That's true. But we have parents that don't have an option. They don't have an option of working from home. And so I hear their cry. I hear what they're saying. And I commend Dr. Green for bringing a plan to the board that tries its very best to make everyone happy. If you want your children to be at home, you have the virtual option. If you want to just kind of wait and see, you have Duval homeroom. And if you are in a situation where you cannot leave your 6th and 7th and 8th year old at home alone because you have to go to work, you have that option as well. For me, we're just not in that same situation that we were. And then I think about what's the equity. What's equitable? What's fair for all students? And what I can tell you is the students who have the most advantage in this city, they will get 5 days a week brick and mortar. Whether they go to private school or they go to charter school, I personally know of people who have the means to hire a professional educator to come in to do online instruction. And what does that do? It makes the achievement gap grow. These are very hard decisions. But I, as a board member and as a parent, want to have the option of doing what's best for my family and for my kids. And I want to give that to every individual in the city. And so we do have single moms, and we have parents who cannot oversee the virtual education. They just don't have the means to do it. They can't do it, and they're very frustrated, and their children are falling behind, while the most privileged children in this city will continue to be educated. They will continue to get what they need, while we have people in this district that will suffer. When Board Member Jones, Chair Jones, when you brought before the board a few weeks ago in all of the midst of the civil unrest that we would consider and go to community meetings to have name changes for schools in our district. It was symbolic. And if we change the name of those schools, it'll be very symbolic of that support. But what can we do? What can we do as a board to make sure that our children, all of the children in Jacksonville, have the same availability for equitable education? And so this is where I struggle, because I know where we are, and I know that you're scared, and I know how you feel. I do. I absolutely do. But what I understand too is that we have to be able to make it equitable for all families in the county. All of them. Whether you're rich or you're poor, we have to be able to provide that opportunity. And at the same time, we have a superintendent that has given our teachers an opportunity to apply for Duval homeroom. We have those opportunities there. And as I said from the very beginning, this has been an incredibly hard decision. I have lost a lot of sleep over this. But at the end of the day, I sit on a board to educate children, and I need to make sure that those children have the same equitable opportunities for learning. And so that's where I depart from Board Member Smith-Juarez.
Thank you. Board Member Willie has called back in, and you want to continue, Board Member Willie? Maybe the connection is much better.
Testing one. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it better?
Yes.
It's better now?
Yes, it is.
Excellent, excellent. No, I appreciate the comments from Board Member Swift-Juarez and Board Member Joyce. I think when I agree and disagree with many of the comments. When I think about equity, it's not necessarily making sure everybody has the same thing. It's making sure some folks are going to need a little bit more. And in my opinion, honestly, I think we have to think about where we are with this order right now, where we are with this plan right now, and it's because of this executive order. And we as a board need to have a conversation about this, not necessarily even superintendents, because at this point, a lot of what we're doing right now is affected by this executive order. And is this the reason why we're making this decision? Is it colored or flavored by that? Or is it truly this is the best possible plan moving forward, regardless of anything else on the table? And I am in a very different situation. I am at home right now because of COVID, because of the fact that there's a fear of getting COVID if you go into a public space, and that's our family decision to do that. Also, I was a teacher, and I know if I put myself back in that spot, I would not want to go back into a school because of that. So the question always remains there. So what do we have the pathway for folks to be able to decide to make that decision and not be forced into something? And I think that's where the executive order comes in, and that's what this conversation has to happen as a board, because Dr. Green has put forth a great plan, but that plan is laid over a community that has to be going along the right path to make sure they flatten the curve, and it's layered over an executive order that has been put down without context around what's happening within our city. So in my mind, I think we have to think differently about it. And I lean towards Board Member Smith-Juarez when it comes to this, because at the end of the day, I don't think our community is ready. I think that this plan is great, and if it were laid over a plan where we had flattened the curve or started to, makes sense. But right now, we're not doing what we need to do as a community, so I don't know how we open this up and not think about the risks that are there. We're not eliminating risks, we're mitigating them. And I think that's where I am right now, and I just don't feel like we
Vice Chair Anderson.
My turn. I have a couple of questions about this plan. I have a lot of conflict. I hear everyone's perspective. I have a lot of empathy. It's a fatal flaw of mine. And so I would like to dig into this for just a second about some of your thinking, so that I have a better understanding of where I need to be. Can you talk for a second about August 20th and why we've chosen that date to delay versus another date?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Anderson, we chose August 20th. One, it would not impact paychecks for our employees. For our lowest paid employees, they don't get paid if they're not working. And we were able to ensure that we would not disrupt their paycheck, the pay cycle that they're on, by choosing August 20th. Secondly, it allowed us more time, even though we have taken great painstaking efforts to order well before most school districts even thought about ordering. We still have to wait on the vendor to get us our supplies, our resources, and we believe that we can install, whether we're laying down the antimicrobial spray or we're installing the desk shields, adding 10 more days gives our staff more time to get that in place. And so August 20th, I would say really the number one reason is we wanted to make sure we weren't going to negatively impact employees' paychecks. And that was the latest date we could choose so that we could keep paychecks on their normal cycle.
Thank you. One of the concerns that I've heard brought up over and over again is the deadline for decisions to be made. So the application deadline for Duval homeroom has passed, and we're also asking parents to make decisions about what learning environment they would prefer for their family by tomorrow. Has there been any consideration to extending or the deadlines or reopening the applications?
We will extend the deadline. We've heard of some families having challenges logging into Focus, especially if you did not have a portal login student ID from the very beginning. And so we want to extend parents enrolling in Duval homeroom. Additionally, we've asked our ESE department to make sure that they contact every ESE student's family that is in our center schools, as well as low incident self-contained ESE classrooms, to inform those parents of their options. And the reason we need to call them is many of those parents do not use Focus because we have a different method for supporting those families. And so that's been a little bit of a challenge. And so we are doing a lot of outreach to support those families. In addition to extending the deadline, I believe HR has already extended the deadline for teachers to apply for Duval homeroom or DVIA.
Okay. Do we know what those deadlines will be?
Right now, we will extend it another week based on the corrections that have been made and the support that has been put in place, so that it's a lot easier to register. We also need to match teachers with the students that signed up for Duval homeroom. We may have to come back for another window just based on how that first phase rolls out. How do we get our teachers in place? How many teachers would we need to support the number of students that have signed up for Duval homeroom?
I imagine that would all be a very quick process, since we're looking at just under about a month until this August 20th date.
Currently, I think we have close to 15,000 students that have signed up for Duval homeroom, which is about 12% of our population. And I've not looked at the HR, how many teachers have signed up, but we are doing everything possible to support the teachers that are wanting to participate in Duval Homeroom. And we're doing everything possible to support teachers to stay at their school. If they have large enough numbers of students from that school, the goal is to utilize teachers at that school, if that is possible.
Thank you. Another thing that I hear continues to come up, and I think it's an important piece of the plan as it's proposed here, is I feel like we've talked about this a couple times, but it seems to bear repeating. What is going to be, or what would be your recommendation for a mask policy?
The mask policy is that it's mandatory. As it relates to transportation, by law, we cannot leave a student off a bus. If the student is at the stop, by law, we have to transport them. And it will be mandatory to wear a mask, whether you're on a bus, walking in the hallways, or in a classroom, it is required.
We have had some discussions about the pros and cons and limitations of creating a code of conduct violation for wearing a mask. And I'm wondering, we've had several teachers and bus drivers express concern about how they would move forward with helping to enforce this. What would be your recommendation for those folks at this time?
The Code of Conduct Committee can always be called back to have a discussion for consequences for not wearing a mask. We have no problem. I believe that we should start off making sure that all students are aware, and that's why we're creating a parent training video, PR, to continue to have that conversation with our families. If it becomes a situation, then I think we should move to consequences. But if the board's desire is that they want consequences in the Code of Conduct, then we will call the Code of Conduct Committee back to bring a recommendation.
If a student is non-compliant or disruptive in a classroom, whether it's asking a student to comply with wearing a mask or any other directive that we would give a student, are there code of conduct violations in place now for writing referrals or imposing some sort of discipline?
Well, there is a code of conduct violation for insubordination. So there is, if I'm asking you to do something and you do not comply, there is a code of conduct consequence or violation for that. However, I think the request and what I'm hearing is they want something very specific for facial coverings.
Thank you. I think I'm hearing that too. I'm struggling with that. I think kids are going to be kids, and I think it's going to be hard. I also am not one for imposing a lot of punishment and consequences on students for the sake of consequences. I think that there is a reasonable way to be able to redirect students. I think there's a reasonable way to conference with students to talk about our shared health and safety. There are opportunities for us to reach out to parents if we need to. I think it's important to note that we are saying, I'm hearing you say that masks would be mandatory, and we could make a consequence in the code of conduct if it becomes a problem. That's not where we'd like to invest all of our time and energy. We'd like to stick to educating our children and not policing masks. We are going to provide masks, and we'll have disposable masks to provide as well, as needed.
Through the chair to Vice Chair Anderson, that is correct.
And our teachers will have masks, face shields, gloves, and sanitizing equipment.
That is through the chair to Vice Chair Anderson, that is correct.
As we heard from teachers today, there was a lot of questions about some details. We had one teacher share that he, had a list of questions sent to the principal. I've gotten lists and lists of questions in my email. Any idea when we might have some answers to some of these more detailed questions?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Anderson, we are working with DTU, and we are hopeful that by the end of the week, the teacher guide will, end of the week, that's tomorrow. No, not this week.
Time
End
flies.
of next week, that the teacher guide handbook would be complete. That handbook would be for both Duval homeroom as well as inside brick and mortar.
Okay, thank you. And then along those lines, I think one of the questions that's been really difficult for us to answer at this point are things that are kind of out of our purview or out of our jurisdiction. And so those relate back to what happens if or when a student has a symptom, if or when a student tests positive or needs to go out. And so I'm wondering if you can share for us if there have been any updates related to decision trees or how we will make those decisions about quarantining.
Through the chair to Vice Chair Anderson, it was shared with us that the State Department of Health was going to give us guidance. If we do not receive that guidance by Tuesday of next week, the school district is going to develop its own decision tree. That is why we built into the plan a rapid response team, that team would be responsible for implementing that decision tree for contact tracing, ensuring that students have the availability to get access to testing. As a matter of fact, I've talked with President Hazuri to ensure that the free testing sites, that we can give that information to our families and ensure that these sites would not be going away anytime soon, and that we develop, I say develop, we're developing this plan to ensure everybody knows what happens. Part of our goal is to be more proactive. If a student demonstrates or exhibits any one of the symptoms, we have a plan for what should happen for that student. We also are developing a plan that would be supporting employees. We are developing a plan working with DTU and our insurance company to put out a robust support for our employees. So we hope to have most of this complete before August the 5th.
Okay, that's a task, quite a task. Along those same lines, can you share with me how often are you in communication with the Department of Health or other health officials in the city?
Well, our director of nursing, Ms. Truiso, talks with DOH probably every day. I'm in contact at least weekly with DOH. We have a weekly meeting with superintendents where we are in contact with either the State Medical Society or the State Department of Health.
Has anyone provided a threshold or a benchmark that would indicate when or if it would be safe to send all children or even some children back into a brick and mortar school?
No.
Has that been asked?
Yes.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions. So I can share some thoughts unless you'd like anyone else to follow up.
I'd like to hear your thoughts.
You'd like to hear my thoughts? Thank you, Ms. Grimes. Thanks, Ms. Grimes. I'm real frustrated, and that's the. It's really, really difficult to have a speaker, one of our speakers today, said pass the buck. Use the phrase pass the buck. And I really think that it is a good phrase to use because this is a public health crisis. This is a pandemic. This is a global problem that somehow has fallen onto the shoulders of the school district. And I don't really understand how we got here. I mean, I guess I do, but I'll leave that there. And so it's like a chicken or egg, right? Do we have to impose strict regulation, requirement, shutdowns for our schools to get other folks to respond? Or do we do what we know is just in the scope of our purview and talk about what's good for children and what's good for education, and some of the other social obligations that we have as a school system that may not fairly rest upon us, but we take up with pride and with open arms. This plan is set to open in this hybrid model, as the superintendent has already laid out for us based on Board Member Hershey's request to outline all these details. And it gives us still a month. We still have a month to work out some of these details. It gives us a month to watch data. And the plan, the agenda item that I read, says that it is an approval of the superintendent's recommendation for instructional delivery options. In the plan, and I'll read like Board Member Smith-Juarez did just a bit ago, on page 3, it says, in addition, the plan provides an option to pivot to full-time distance learning should our local COVID-19 numbers warrant such a closure at the advice of our local health department, either at the school or district level. It goes on to say at the very bottom of the page, the decision to return to full-time 5-day face-to-face instruction will be reevaluated as the Labor Day holiday approaches and we have better data to support the decision. Now, these are the only 2 sentences where that is in the plan, but it is here. And so when I think about what this vote is, right, which is approving this plan, which is only discussing the superintendent's recommendation for instructional delivery options, there is an option for a fully distanced. There is an option for hybrid. There is an option for brick and mortar. All of that is in the words of this plan. We are asking for a waiver from the Department of Education to allow for the hybrid rather than full-time brick and mortar. And I think that what I would like to see happen, if I were to approve this plan here today and you know, vote yes, is that all of the decisions that we make continue to be based on health data about endemic rates, that we continue to work in the best interest of our community at large, and that if we need to pivot this plan, this fluid plan, right? We pivot and fluid are our favorite words these days, to fully distanced, that we could do that. This plan allows us to do that. The concern that remains, that lingers for me, is how we would know whether or not to do that. How would we know? Through the chair to the superintendent.
Through the chair to Vice Chair Anderson, that is why we indicated that if we do not get the assistance from the Department of Health, the state level Department of Health, that starting next Tuesday, we will develop that plan as to what constitutes closure, whether it's closure of a classroom, closure of a school, or closure of, and when I say closure, the brick and mortar would close and students would move to Duval homeroom.
Fully virtual.
Yes.
And who will help inform those decisions, since we are not public health experts or epidemiologists?
Well, the same way that the plan was developed, the groups that I have worked with, whether it's Wolfson's Children's Hospital, UF Health, the Department of Health, the Medical Society, we get feedback from them. They are the ones that provide us the health safety. They are the ones that every time we say, we're thinking about doing this, what is your opinion, or your consult with us, what do you think is the best way forward? Again, never mind.
Okay. Okay, so at that point in time, we would ask for some feedback from these trusted health professionals that you have been working with for months on what those thresholds should be, and that is how we would frame these, I want to make sure I say it right, instructional delivery options. This plan, as it goes to the Department of Education, would be approved by them, and we would have some flexibility, you feel, to be fully distanced, hybrid, or brick and mortar.
Through the chair to Vice Chair Anderson, I think it's very important for me to acknowledge that this plan does not follow the executive order. We are requesting a waiver from the executive order. We are probably only one of 3 districts that are requesting this type of a plan for being a waiver. The majority of the districts are doing a 5-day-a-week plan and offering e-learning for students. So yes, the plan is being sent to give us flexibility. That is why I don't think the original plan indicated that we would evaluate after Labor Day. I believe the original plan stated day after Labor Day we're going to a 5-day-a-week. But we added the statement that we would evaluate by Labor Day about September 14th.
I appreciate that, and I think to Board Member Smith-Juarez's point, I think every decision that we make about these schools really must be rooted in this health science and data, and in relation to our community in Duval County. To Board Member Joyce's points about equity and the opportunity to make a choice, someone that I trust very much, I was kind of talking about these choice options, and they reminded me that sometimes it is a privilege to have choice. And what would it be if we took choice away from communities that have not been afforded choice in the past? And that really hit home for me, because I can't imagine what it would be like to be an hourly employee struggling to make ends meet and having the choice taken away from me about whether or not I can go to work and support my family or not, whether or not I am equipped or capable to help guide my child's education. And that's tough. That's been sitting with me hard. I represent a district that has a broad span of socioeconomic status, but many of them have a lot of choices. And I respect that. And I'm grateful for the choices that I have in my own life, but I also want to be respectful of those that feel like they don't have a lot of choice. I would say this: no matter what happens, if you have the means or ability to keep your children home and do Duval homeroom, and our case counts in our community are rising, please try to do that. Please try to do that, because our bus drivers, our classrooms, our teachers, our grandparents, our friends and neighbors, if you can socially distance, if you can keep your children home, I would encourage people to make that choice. It's going to allow for more options for our teachers, and it's going to allow for more options and flexibility within our schools and our school buildings, no matter how we go here. So there's two pieces of the puzzle that I do want to touch on really quickly that aren't included in this plan, and that is, that we're not voting here on the staffing needs and plans or affording accommodations to meet the health and safety and well-being of the needs of our employees. That is not included in this plan. I think nobody is ignorant to that fact, right? We know that that's not what the department has asked for. And yet the functioning and success of our teachers is inextricably tied to the success and functioning of our students. And so I think that's something that we still need to have conversation about. I don't think that that conversation should end with this vote today. And I think that the next piece of the puzzle is that the health and safety and well-being of our community and our healthcare system to properly support and sustain the operations of our school district as an entity who serves hundreds of thousands of heartbeats. We are also inextricably tied together. And so that conversation can't stop at this vote. As Board Member Willie and Board Member Smith-Juarez both suggested, we have to turn to our community and say, what do you think is good for our kids? And is it wearing a mask? Is it staying home? Is it taking responsibility? Because we can't only be thinking about ourselves, our own anxiety, and what our needs are. This is the time to look at a collective good for one another. I trust Dr. Green. I think Dr. Green is a thoughtful, compassionate, and bold leader. I have been very impressed with her ability to guide this district, and I know that those folks that have worked with her and for her have told me repeatedly on a number of occasions what a pleasure it is, how valued they feel, how heard they feel, and I know that with her leadership and with the team that we have, that they had the elbow room, the flexibility to do the right thing for our children, and this plan does allow us to make those pivots if we need to. Make no mistake, I don't want to imply that if this does not go well, that I will be silent, because I will be loud. If for some reason we get into a position where it is not safe, Dr. Green, I promise you'll hear from me, right? The plan that we have allows us to make whatever decision we need to make for the health and safety and well-being of all of the stakeholders involved. I would ask to the chair, I think that as we continue forward that we look at maybe some sort of a readiness report, that we look at being able to get some regular updates on things like transportation, staffing, our financial expenditures, enrollment. I'll send some of that over to you. I'm happy to do that. But I would like to see that information come to the board regularly so that we can continue to stay abreast of how we move through. But I think today I'm going to trust Dr. Green.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And, having served on the city council, we face a lot of difficult issues, and can't say we've ever faced one as difficult and as emotional as this one is. I think that this board is very thoughtful. This board has grappled with this issue for over a month now, trying to decide what is best for Duval County. And I appreciate the vision that this board has shown in looking at the entire district and not just your individual school district. I think it's very important that we focus on the entire county. And it's difficult, don't get me wrong. You have to sympathize with the teachers that we've heard who spoke so eloquently today about their fears and their concerns and anxieties over going back in the classroom. You got to feel it. But, and with me representing a district that is struggling, a district where we have a lot of essential workers, if you want to call, who work at Amazon, who work at different places where they have to go, who pick up the garbage. I mean, we represent all those folks. And many of those folks have students who they want back in school. We know that. I think the best part of the plan that we've been presented today is that it gives choices to our parents. There's no denying that our parents will have the choices. The choice of virtual, Duval homeroom, Duval virtual for the whole year, or in many cases, brick and mortar. I am concerned that our teachers don't have as many choices as our parents have. Having said that, Dr. Green, I do have a few questions. I think I want to make sure that I've heard from a lot of friends and I've read a lot of emails, but can you talk briefly why you're recommending a hybrid? I think it relates to transportation and the number of students in school each day. Can you speak why you recommend it, which is not what the State Department of Education has recommended or mandated, I'm sorry.
Through the chair, to the chair. I'm recommending a hybrid because of transportation, food service, and just overall numbers of students on our secondary campuses. Our secondary schools are large. There was a speaker here indicating about Sandalwood being over 3,000 individuals on a campus, which is correct. So the goal for high schools was to reduce the number of students on a campus by 50%. And that's why we indicated a hybrid of 2 days a week, with Wednesday minimal students on a campus. We also knew that if we reduced the number of students on a campus, you reduce the number of students on a bus. We transport a little over 41,000 students when school is in session. Our high school routes are the largest routes. Of high school, we probably transport somewhere between 11, I might be a little off, but somewhere between 11,000 and 15,000 students. So it's our largest ridership. And by reducing the school by 50%, that's going to reduce the ridership on any given day, thereby giving us an opportunity to have 1 to 2 students per seat with the mandatory facial coverings. For middle school, the hybrid was recommended more for cafeteria. Again, if all students were on a middle school campus, we were looking at anywhere from 6 to 8 lunches. Though many of our principals have looked at other ways of serving lunch, looking at outdoor space, other locations where students could eat lunch and implement the 6 feet of social distancing, they're great as long as the weather is great. And so we felt that the hybrid would support those schools better by having less students on the campus each day.
Okay. The other question is, I've heard that several counties, they're still in phase 1 and they're not going to reopen 5 days a week. And then St. Johns County is doing, I think they're doing virtual. They're doing 5 days a week.
5 days a week.
Right.
With virtual.
Right.
They're doing 5 days a week and offering e-learning like we are.
Okay. And I think some, unfortunately, because of what's happening statewide and nationally, that school boards have become politicized. I think every school board in the country is grappling with this issue of how we safely return to school and when we return to school. I think that it's in the best interest of students that they return, and we know that's the best thing. But we are giving parents the choice, and because we're giving the parents the choice, I trust that we will continue to monitor. We will lean on the health department for advice and guidance going forward, and because of that, I feel compelled to support the plan. And you don't know, in my opinion, you don't know whether you make the right decision sometime for years to come. You know, we may look back and say, well, that was a poor decision, or it was a good decision. But we have to make a decision at some point, and I guess one last question, Dr. Green. The consequences if we don't comply with the state mandate, what are possible consequences of that non-compliance?
If the executive order stays in place, and you do not have an approved plan, it is the FTE during Survey 2, which would be October, for any student that is not in brick and mortar. And as I stated, we have close to 15,000 students already registered for Duval homeroom. Using FTE, that would be about $70 million for this district if we were not paid for those students doing a distance learning model.
Okay. So I think the best choice we have, not the right choice or the wrong choice, but the best choice we have is to support the current reopening plan. Ms. Hershey.
I don't know about other board members, but I spend a lot of time doing research around the country, what other school districts are doing, also what school districts across the state of Florida are doing. We are about the only one. There's one more district, I think, they haven't voted yet, that's looking at a hybrid. But a lot of other districts are looking at the 5-day-a-week plan. And I think the hybrid plan is, especially with the RNC coming, and not knowing what that's going to be like and the impact, I think that this is a thoughtful plan. It's similar even to what New York is doing, opening up with a hybrid plan. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness. I know the answer to this question, but through the chair to Dr. Green, just for the record, because we did hear from a lot of teachers who expressed health issue concerns. So it's my understanding that teachers who have a documented, I'm going to say note from the doctor or a health documented health issue, that the district is working with those individuals. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, we actually have 2 tiers. The first tier is ADA. I kind of shared that in a workshop, that if teachers qualify for ADA, there's a committee that goes through that process, and that we are working with DTU to ensure that we take care of those teachers that meet that criteria under ADA. And then there's underlying medical condition that it may not meet that ADA threshold, and that we are doing everything possible to support our teachers. Someone asked how many teachers, I think, had signed up for Duval homeroom or applied, that's a better word, applied for Duval homeroom. And right now it's a little over 330 teachers. If you're looking at our numbers of 15,000, we need more than 330 teachers to support that volume. So if teachers have underlying medical conditions and they've not applied, we need them to apply.
And
as long as they're meeting the other criteria.
well, thank you, because we heard a lot of health issues. I just wanted to verify that. That was something that I was aware of. I really asked that question more for the record. And just one more follow-up question, and again, I know the answer to this, but we heard from bus drivers being concerned about their own health safety. What action has the district taken, or is the district in the process of taking, to work with those bus contractors concerning the health safety of their employees?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, Mr. Paul Soares, the Assistant Superintendent of Operations, is in the midst of meeting with the bus contractors to work through the details of what would be expected and supported for our bus drivers. And just need to add, you had a speaker from the Teamsters. The district does not, that is not our negotiating arm. We do not negotiate with the Teamsters. The Teamsters negotiate with the contractors. And if they are feeling like we won't meet with them, it's because it would be inappropriate. We meet with the contractors, and the contractors negotiates with the Teamsters. So we are meeting with them.
So thank you for that clarification. And just one more thing, I know it's later on our agenda, but through the chair to Dr. Green, could you share with just the community the anticipated benefit of the I don't even know how to say it, surface protectant? I can't
Antimicrobial.
I'm trying to sound it out. It's not working.
Yes, it's through the chair to Board Member Hershey, BioProtect 500 antimicrobial surface protectorant. It is a, as it states, antimicrobial solution that kills bacteria for up to 90 days. This spray, if you will, is being used at the Mayo Clinic. St. Johns County is using it. It is water-based. We are only allowed to use whether chemicals is the right word, that meet the EPA approval list. It's water-based, and we will be covering all of our schools, and we will support our transportation department in using that on our buses. Even though we're still working with the contractor, we feel it's important enough that we will provide it.
Thank you. I just wanted those clarifications really for the record more than anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Board Member Grimes?
I love you all. That's not what I meant to say. No, I think all the things that have been said are really good. But I would, Dr. Green, how did the school district end up in having opportunities for our wonderful I'm getting my so I do this. The visitors for the how is it? Talking about Jacksonville and having yes, that large national event, exactly. Because the first time I looked at it, I was thinking, what does that have to do with us? And so was that something that came through Tallahassee as far as the wording of that?
Through the chair to Board Member Grimes, are you speaking about the executive order?
No.
Right, on the reopening plan.
Speaks to the large national event that we're going to be hosting here at the end of August, and you're asking kind of why that's in there?
Yes.
Through the chair to Board Member Grimes, the reason that the RNC is listed and mentioned in our plan is because we had to demonstrate extenuating circumstances to ask for a waiver from the executive order. And the RNC, we're the only district, well, St. John's might could say they're impacted as well, but we were the only districts that we had that impact in the month of August. And therefore, we felt it was enough that we should be allowed to have a waiver from the executive order that states that you should have brick and mortar open 5 days a week.
Okay, I was just curious because for me, I wasn't very, I I did not, I didn't like seeing the school district with the
tied with
yeah.
the RNC.
Yeah.
Through the chair to Board Member Grimes, I hope that we have worded it in such a way that it is not about how we feel about the event. It is about the fact that could be thousands of people entering into our city that could possibly impact the cases of COVID-19 on our not only our city but our school district.
Thank you. Board Member Willie.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just a couple of other sort of statements and questions. The first one is around, we talked about virtual and it not being equitable for students. So my question is around, is there a world, or have we thought about a world where the executive order was really about making sure we had equity, especially for students who are low learners and ESD and those sorts of pieces? Is there a world where we actually carve that out and we say actually the default is Duval homeroom and ESD and low-level learners actually have an opportunity to go to brick and mortar? Is that even a possibility within this executive order? I know that would be an additional waiver, but I'm just thinking about ways to eliminate or reduce the number of movement, the movement and number of people. So that's my question around, is that thought about? Is that even possible? Poking holes in that, would that be a thing?
Did you, Green, did you understand the question?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I need clarification about the question.
The question is, would there be a possibility to have a virtual option, but then have a carve out for ESD and low learners to be able to go to brick and mortar instead of offering it to everybody, thinking of different choices? Is it possible to do that as a plan to keep the most people from moving around?
Through the chair to Board Member Willie, I believe that that option would be quite challenging and quite difficult. The decisions we make as a school district are very challenging. There are times that I feel like I have to play with a small g, God, to determine what we're doing. And to decide who's low level and who should be in our buildings would just be very, very hard.
Yeah, and I know it would be hard, and that's this whole decision is hard. But I think we have the data. We have the data that shows us who learns where their scores were, where their test scores were. And I just think about carving that out because you have essential workers. We talked about that, and that is what the executive order. If that is the intent of the executive order, is to get folks who do not have and need to be in those schools the education they need. And I think if you look at the executive order, that's what it says. So that is the question, and you sort of answered it there.
Through the chair, may I add something to that answer?
Go ahead. Dr. Green wants to add to her answer.
Through the chair to Board Member Willie, To be perfectly honest, I believe the large majority of those students would be minority students and would be in not the right message to send, that you need to come to brick and mortar, while other families have the option of being online.
Wait, so you're saying the messaging would be off if we said that to folks?
He said the messaging would look awful if we did that, yeah. You're asking a question, Mr. Willie?
No, I'm just clarifying what I heard.
Oh, he was just clarifying.
Yes, the messaging would not.
Yeah, I just think that I don't want us to. I think Dr. Green is coming up with a plan that she has to come up with, and I think it's the best plan. But I really feel like this executive order is tying us to part of the plan. And if we were really going to really look at what the intent of the executive order is, I mean, I don't think it's about messaging. I think it's about what we already know. We already know where folks are going to go back to school. It's going to be in areas where folks are working hourly jobs. There's going to be some alignment there. So I just wanted to lift that up, and if it won't work for whatever reason, fine. But I just wanted to lift that up because I truly believe that we're pivoting and we keep pivoting, and we talked about this is a good plan because we can pivot back to going to this plan. But at a certain point, if we already know we're going to go back, which our city has already proven, our state has already proven that once given choices, the community's not going to necessarily make the best choices. So if we know that it's going to be inevitable, why not start in a certain way and then move to hybrid and in person? It's sort of my thought. Because at the end of the day, we know who we are, we know where the numbers are, we know RNC is coming, and I want to give us the opportunity to have that dialogue, and not just with the superintendent, but amongst this board. I want us to have the conversation because some of this is in our hands, but we also are an elected body that can work with the governor and other people to say, hey, this executive order doesn't work for us, and here's why.
Yeah, that's a conversation to be had at a future date, I think. I don't know if we don't have the governor.
But I don't think it can be at a future date. We're the board that's going to decide on it, and I think we're looking at the executive order because we think we're not going to get money as the reason. But we're the ones that are going to be responsible once it all happens. And the superintendent as well, she laid out a plan and she's given it to us. Now it's our opportunity to say yes or no. And we're saying yes because of this executive order and some other pieces. But is that how we really want to move forward? It's the question that I have for my other board members.
Yeah. Does anybody want to? Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you. So this is, I appreciate Board Member Willie bringing this up because this is a conversation that I've heard the community members having. It's also something that's crossed my mind, but you know, what I keep coming back to, and so I might, through the chair, maybe to Ms. Chastain, ask if there are any complications that might come with hand-picking which students would be allowed to come into our buildings. Is there...
Good afternoon. Through the chair to Vice Chairman Anderson. Logistically, I don't even know how that you would do that, to be honest with you, given the volume that you have, and then what rational, neutral basis is this based on? I think it would be challenging to come up with that.
Sure. I mean, I think...
Excuse me. This is a public meeting. And although you have First Amendment rights, you do not have the right to disrupt the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. I'm thinking through it, and I was, you know, as I've thought about this, I mean, to Board Member Willie's point, you could probably say, okay, well, every level 1 needs to come into a building, and everyone else should not. I really think that poses some equity issues. I'm not a lawyer, but you know, in my first thinking, that seems concerning to me. The other concern that I have with that is when we look at achievement gaps, or what I prefer to call achievement debts. A lot of the reasons that the children struggle to perform at a certain level in school, you know, tie back to their families, their home life, their communities, and the same reasons why a parent might choose to send them to school if this plan was offered as a choice for them anyway. Which is why I have and would continue to encourage, if you have the means or the ability to choose Duval homeroom and keep your child home, please create the safe space so that those children that need to be in a brick and mortar school for whatever reason, whether that's because they have a disability or because they are a struggling learner, that they have the safe space to be able to do that. And for the teachers that are okay with doing that. And that's my thoughts on it.
Well, my thoughts are that, one, we're giving the parents the choice. I mean, if you say they have to come back if they're level 1s and 2s, or if they're ESE, that doesn't give them a choice. Parents, with this plan, the parent has the choice of whether or not they want to send their child back to brick and mortar school. The other issue I have is the digital divide. I think, Dr. Green, what was the number of students that we plan to have one-to-one computers for all senior high school students and middle school, or just senior high? I can't remember now.
Through the chair, all secondary,
All
middle and high school.
But the
Got it.
elementary still would be without one-to-one computers.
Yes, but it would be closer to 1 to 4, 1 to 5
In elementary.
in the elementary.
And so that's the other issue. If we decide to go virtual, you're going to have the same issue we had in the past, and these students would be given a choice. We'd have to acquire more computers to make sure all elementary school students had computers, and who knows how many hotspots we'd have to purchase in addition to the ones that we already have to ensure internet access for those students in neighborhoods throughout this city who computers not capable of running the programs, or they don't have computer internet access. So those are my concerns.
I would just like to add, when I was a teacher at a Title I school, we did have I taught a lot of low-level students, level 1, level 2 students. And, you know, they struggle. They struggle with reading, and that's because they can't read. And so it's difficult to keep them on task, and it's challenging when you're in a room face-to-face with your students to keep them engaged in a lesson. And when you move them to a virtual environment, and when you move them to a home where the parents aren't overseeing the engagement, then that just creates more significant loss of learning there, because they're not engaged, and there's no one in the room to engage them, to get them back on point, to bring them back into the lesson. And so that is another obstacle that we face when we go to virtual learning. And as I said earlier, I do want parents to have options, but I just fear that, and it's happened, and it's probably going to continue to happen, but as much as we can mitigate this, I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to at least, that the achievement gap's not continuing to grow, and that we are giving parents, especially parents who themselves can't read and can't oversee this virtual learning for their children, that they would have the option of having their kids in a classroom with a teacher that can re-engage the learning that needs to take place.
Thank you. I did have one other question, unless somebody else has one. Dr. Green, there is a gap between the summer lunch program that ends on July the 31st and when school would have started on August the 10th. I think there's a 1-week gap. now we pushing it back to the 20th, that increases that gap from 1 week to, I think, 2 or 3 weeks. Have we had any conversations with Kids Hope Alliance, and whether they're going to help fill that gap for those students who depend on that summer lunch program, and once it ends, they're in school, they get hot meal each day? Are we working with them to fill that void?
Through the chair, we are requesting, we couldn't do anything prior to today's vote, but we will be requesting an extension so that we can continue our summer feeding. We may have to consolidate some sites because right now some sites are only feeding less than 10 students per day, but the goal is to continue the summer feeding program and have no more than 5 days as the lag between the end of our program and the beginning of school.
Okay, I think that's very important because we tend to forget that right now there's a 1 week gap between the time the summer program ends and school starts. Now we're increasing that to almost 3 weeks. So thank you. Board Member Ashley Smith Juarez, you had any more comments?
Thank you, Chairman. I do. Can you hear me okay if I just talk at a normal level?
Yes.
Okay. I felt like I was screaming at you earlier. Forgive me. So I really appreciate the discussion and my colleagues' thoughtfulness and the different perspectives that have been brought forward and the questions that have been asked. I think this is rich discussion and important discussion when there are so many tentacles to such a difficult decision. And if I did not before, I do want to thank the superintendent and staff. I know that everybody is working more than waking hours to weave the most up-to-date and accurate information that we have into the plan, and I appreciate the changes that have been made since last week, and also acknowledge, as Board Member Willie brought up, that the superintendent's charge is to recommend in compliance with guidelines from the Department of Education. And within the guidelines from the Department of Education, we have an incredibly thoughtful plan prior to the guidelines changing from the Department of Education. I think we had an incredibly thoughtful and model plan that there were other cities across the country that were recognizing through media and otherwise. And so I just want to reiterate that it is the community situation that keeps me from being comfortable with setting a date to bring teachers back into our buildings first on August the 12th, and to bring students back into our buildings on August the 20th. I appreciate, and certainly in District 3, probably the most diverse district, ethnically, racially, socioeconomically, I deeply appreciate the concern for the varied family situations that our children live in. And I acknowledge and certainly have many families in my life who have been incredibly stretched to have their students at home, who are hourly essential workers, who have children who have been in daycares where there have been COVID-19 cases because their children had to be somewhere while they went to work. So I am sensitive to that. I understand it. It weighs heavy on how I make this decision. I also know that online learning is not ideal for every learner, and especially for many of our most vulnerable children, and that's hard. I want to revisit for just a moment Board Member Willie's suggestion of maybe limiting or putting parameters because we have certain schools that will have more families who choose the in-school option. So I anticipate, although we won't know until school opens, whenever that is, August 20th or beyond, when we open our building, what that enrollment will look like. But through the chair to the superintendent, have we considered if some schools have class sizes that are averaging 20 or 22, and other schools have class sizes that are averaging 12 or 14, will we seek to balance some of that density?
Through the chair to Board Member Smith Juarez. As you know, every year around the 10th day, that is what we do. We balance the classrooms to ensure that we have equity across the district. We have a requirement to send a comparability report that proves that we have been equitable because we receive federal funds. So that would not change.
Yeah, but I'm asking in terms of whenever we happen to open brick and mortar, if we continue to offer online options, if we have physically classroom sizes that are under the allocation, but that are significantly higher across one school site, then they may be across another school site physically. I'll give an example. So if there is a school that has a lot of families who choose to go back because of the education needs of their child, because of the employment of the family, because of whatever the case is, and in the physical building you have class sizes that are at 20 or 22 within the allocation plan, and you have another school that has a lot of families who have the capability and the confidence to keep their children home and do online schooling, and their average class sizes are significantly lower and lower than what we have seen in other countries to mitigate the spread. Will we seek to balance the size of classes? That make sense?
Yes, through the chair to Board Member Ms. Smith Juarez. Based on our calculations, whether a school has a large number of people choosing to do Duval homeroom or a school has a low number of people choosing to choose to do Duval homeroom, we do not anticipate that we would have such disparity. One, we committed to schools not losing units because they had large number of families choosing Duval homeroom. So even for the schools that may have a small number of parents choosing to do Duval homeroom, based on the data that we're seeing, we still believe that classes would be relatively, and when I say equal, it will not be every class is at 15 or every class is at a certain number. But if we see that classes in a particular school is quite an anomaly, of course we will address it and we will support those schools.
Okay. It also, I'll speak to the flip side of this as well, which I think applies to staff in terms of choices and options and opportunities. And while I completely understand the line of thinking that would prioritize those who have complicating conditions, potentially those who live with individuals with complicating conditions, those who are statistically more susceptible to detrimental effects of COVID-19. We have not, my knowledge, epidemiologists have not necessarily correlated a decrease in susceptibility to infection. It's a decrease of the complicating condition and the severity of the effects of COVID-19. And we have seen that there are those with compromising conditions who have been infected and recovered without long-term effects. And we have seen that there are those who are young, healthy, and presumably have no underlying condition, who have contracted COVID-19 and now have potentially lifelong conditions or worse. And so it's concerning to me as to how we would determine what the severity of the effects might be for any individual in our buildings. And I think once we start to try to weigh that and go down that road, we have to ask why we're doing that. When we have the choice to have someone learn remotely. So along those lines, it deeply, deeply troubles me to hear that we may be in a situation as of Tuesday where we have to make our own decision tree for what to do if there is a documented contact in one of our buildings. And I'll say buildings because that would apply to the district office, to the nutrition center, to anywhere that we operate. Everything that I have heard up to this point, as we have spoken as a board, is that the Department of Health will be responsible. And even in the plan, it says that the Department of Health will advise on when classrooms, schools, other closures, isolation should happen. We are public education experts and education experts. We do have those who might be, nurses or otherwise among our staff, but we're charged with educating children. And the Department of Health is charged with securing the public health. And so along those lines, through the chair to the superintendent, what is the risk management posture that Duval County Public Schools and the Duval County School Board puts ourselves in?
Ms. Smith Juarez,
Yep.
we're going to have to pause your question right there and recess because we noticed a public hearing at 5:05 and it's past that now.
Okay.
So just hold that thought and we will recess.
Mr. Chairman, can someone make a motion? It needs a second and a majority vote.
Move to recess. Second.
Motion by Vice Chair Anderson, second by Board Member Hershey. To recess for 5 minutes.
I recommend that you recess for the time it takes to conduct the special meeting to approve the budget ad, and then, of course, you reopen back into the special meeting. I don't know how to take a time limit on that.
Okay. We'll recess until we complete the budget hearing, and then we'll reconvene. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
This committee meeting is recessed. School Board of the Duval County School District is now convened in a special meeting. I wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone present. The Duval County School Board is here to set policy for the district that will improve student achievement and address other business items that require vote of the board. The management and day-to-day operations of the district are the responsibility of the superintendent. It is not the role of the board to make managerial or operational decisions. The board has policies and procedures in place to assist the superintendent in resolving management and operational issues. As a show of courtesy and respect to each other, we ask that all mobile phones be turned off and that no flash photography be used during the meeting. For those wishing to address the board during our comments from the audience portion of the board meeting, please note that we only accepted speaker cards until 5:05 p.m. Thank you for taking the time to join us and for your interest in the operation of the Duval County School District. Approval of the board member participation. Pursuant to Board Policy 2.26, board members may attend board meetings and participate and vote through the use of interactive video and/or telephone systems. That the Duval County School Board approve the participation of board members Darrell Wheeler and Ashley Smith Juarez via telephone system. Is there, ask for your motion? Moved by Vice Chair Anderson.
Second.
Second by Board Member Joyce. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? By your action, you approve that item. Board Member Willie, are you present?
I am present.
Board Member Ashley Smith Juarez, are you present?
I'm here, thank you.
Okay. Approval of the July 23rd, 2020 agenda. The Duval County School Board approved the July 23rd, 2020 agenda as submitted on July 21st, 2020 with the following changes. Administration and Business Services, Budget and Financial, authorized advertisement of 2020-2021 proposed millage levy and proposed tentative budget, item revised. I ask for a motion. Moved by Vice Chair Anderson, second by Board Member Grimes. Any discussion? I call for your vote. By action, you approve that item 7-0. Public comments. Are there any public comment cards? No? Okay, we will skip that. Discussion item. Authorize advertisement of 2020-2021 proposed millage levy and proposed tentative budget. Dr. Green, would you read your recommendation?
Thank you. That the Duval County School Board accept advertisement for the proposed 2020-2021 tentative budget and proposed levies as follows. Required local effort, tentative millage levy, 3.6570. Proposed amount to be raised, $279,395,845. I need to make a correction. I left off 3 words. Required local effort including prior period funding adjustment. Tentative millage levy, 3.6570. Proposed amount to be raised, $279,395,845. Capital outlay, tentative millage levy, 1.5000. Proposed amount to be raised, $114,600,428. Discretionary operating, tentative millage levy, 0.7480. Proposed amount to be raised, $57,147,414. Totals proposed, tentative millage levy, 5.9050. Proposed amount to be raised, $451,143,687. The total millage rate to be levied is less than the rollback rate by 0.26%. That the Duval County School Board authorize publication of legal notices and advertisement of a public hearing to be held on July 28, 2020 at 5:05 p.m. on the proposed millage rates and the tentative budget in accordance with sections 200.065, paren 2, paren 3, paren 10, 1011.71, and 1011.03 Florida statutes. The notices and advertisements will appear in the Florida Times Union on Saturday, July 25th, 2020.
Thank you. I ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Anderson, second by Board Member Joyce. Any discussion? If not, I call for your vote. I ask you to approve that item 7-0. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Motion by Vice Chair Anderson, second by Board Member Joyce. Any discussion on adjournment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Like action, the special board meeting has been adjourned. We'll take 2 minutes to switch back over, and we'll come back to Board Member Ashley Smith. The special meeting will reconvene. We had Ashley Smith Juarez. Go ahead and follow up with your question, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So I was speaking about the potential for the school district both devising and implementing its own decision tree. And through the chair to the superintendent, what is the risk management posture that the Duval County School Board puts ourselves in if we if the school district develops
Through the chair to Board Member Ms. Smith Juarez, I do not know that the risk management would have a position on our decision tree. Currently, some of the charter schools have already put in place their decision tree about what constitutes closing a classroom, what constitutes closing the school. And for us, of course, it's a much bigger picture than looking at one charter school. Again, we indicated that DOH has indicated they are going to give us guidance. We are just in a time crunch to have things in place so that our teachers or paras, all of our employees, know what's to come if we have a situation where we need to close, and what constitutes closing, what constitutes not closing. So we're hopeful that DOH is going to come through for us.
Thank you. I will just reiterate that as Duval County Public Schools, we are teaching and learning experts. We are charged with a host of things, nutrition, social work, mental health, closed closets, child care, on and on, but we really are the public education experts, and this is an area in a global pandemic, to follow up on Board Member Anderson's comments, that we don't need guidance from DOH, we need direction. And I, as a board member, am not comfortable, while I appreciate the work that the superintendent has done to coordinate and collaborate with the Department of Health, I, as a board member, am not comfortable voting for a plan, being hopeful that we will get the direction that we need from the Department of Health. The only other quick thing that I will say is that while I understand that the Department of Education order asks for 5 days a week brick and mortar options for children, and we have speculated that there may be a withholding of funds were that to happen. I would challenge that could actually occur. And I think that that's a conversation worth having. To Board Member Willie's question, I think today is the time to have it. And just to reiterate my position on wanting to have more of a public health approach to determining when to open schools. Can't support a plan with an open date embedded that doesn't have stipulations around that. I appreciate that it's been said that there will be continued evaluation, but we don't have parameters or direction for those evaluations or analysis. So thank you. I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you, Woman Smith. Any other discussion, comments? Okay, call for your vote. By your action, you've approved the plan 5-2. Second item, purchase of Biotech 500 antimicrobial surface protectant. Dr. Green, would you read your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board approve emergency purchases of Biotech 500 antimicrobial surface protectorant from Drummond Press Incorporated at a cost not to exceed $250,000, all totaled.
Move
Ask
approval.
for your motion. Moved by Vice Chair Anderson, second by Board Member Joyce. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you approve the purchase 7-0. Item 3, approval of the mental health allocation plan. Dr. Green, read your recommendation.
That the Duval County School Board approve the 2020-21 Mental Health Assistance Allocation Plan.
Ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Anderson, second by Board Member Joyce. Discussion.
I'll just make a comment if you don't mind.
Board Member Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to say to the superintendent and to our behavioral health team and all of the folks, like Dr. Krisner, that worked on this plan. Thank you. And I know that we have to do it, but it is a good plan. It is a comprehensive plan. It is well beyond where many school districts are trying to figure these things out. And I appreciate the work and the thoughtfulness that goes into this. Is it where we are all of our kids as healthy as we would like them to be? No. But I trust that the district will continue to work on meeting our kids where they are, getting them where they need to be, and working on early intervention, preventative measures, in addition to these mental health supports that are outlined here in this plan. And so I just wanted to say thank you and acknowledge the hard work and the thoughtfulness that's gone into the plan.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you approve that item 7-0. Item 4, work from home, resolution and waiver of policy 6.47, work year and work day. Dr. Green, would you read your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board waive subsections that the Duval County School Board waive subsections 2.C.1.B and 2.C.5 of policy 6.47, work year and work day, in order to remove the limitations of the duration of approved alternate work assignments for non-instructional employees, with the waiver being effective for the duration of the COVID-19 emergency or June 30th, 2021, whichever occurs first. That the Duval County School Board encourage the availability of the same alternate work assignment options for instructional employees as set forth in Section 1 above. That the Duval County School Board approve the attached resolution.
I ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Anderson, second by Board Member Joyce. Any discussion? Vice Chair Anderson.
Is anyone going to read the resolution?
I don't have it.
I can.
Go ahead.
Or Smith Juarez, if she thinks she sponsored it.
Why don't you go read it?
Thank you. I think it's important for us to take a moment to read the resolution of the board here. Let me mask up. A resolution of the School Board of Duval County, Florida regarding waiver of policy 6.47, work year and work day during COVID-19 emergency. Whereas the School Board of Duval County, Florida, the school board, consisting of 7 elected Florida constitutional officers, is the governing body for the school district of Duval County, Florida, the district. Whereas the district is the 20th largest school district in the nation and the 6th largest school district in Florida and serves 129,258 students, employs 11,876 full-time staff, and 1,237 part-time staff. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic is a monumental and unprecedented challenge, emerging quickly and demanding an immediate overhaul of school district operations across the county. Whereas, as the district plans to reopen schools for the attendance of students during the 2021 school year, the district is implementing numerous measures to provide for the health and safety of students and employees during the COVID-19 pandemic, including social distancing as recommended by the Florida Department of Health wherever possible. Whereas Board Policy 6.47, Work Year and Work Day, provides for alternate work assignments for non-instructional personnel under certain circumstances and for limited durations. Whereas, in keeping with the school board's paramount concern for a safe and healthy work environment, the school board desires to memorialize its position regarding the implementation of social distancing measures during the COVID-19 pandemic, including but not limited to the school board's encouragement of work from home opportunities for non-instructional and instructional personnel. Now therefore be it resolved, the school board adopts the following resolutions. 1. In order to encourage social distancing as recommended by health officials for non-instructional employees, the school board waives those provisions of subsections 2C, 1B, and 2C5 of Board Policy 6.47, Work Year and Work Day, which place a limitation on the duration of approved alternate work assignments, and the school board's waiver shall continue through the duration of the COVID-19 emergency or June 30th, 2021, whichever occurs first. 2, in order to encourage social distancing as recommended by health officials for instructional employees, the school board encourages the availability of the same alternate work assignments option as set forth in section 1 above. 3, the school board shall post this resolution with the minutes of the July 23rd, 2020 school board meeting adopted on July 23rd, 2020 in Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida by the school board of Duval County, Florida. I think it's just important to read in for the record because this is one of the ways. I appreciate also, I think the sponsoring board member here was Smith Juarez, so for working on this with Ms. Chastain. I do think that this is one of those conversations, like we said, the plan for instructional, I can't even remember the title now, the instructional delivery model doesn't address the staff and employees. And so this is one way that the board can say that we are able to show some resolve about our preference and encourage the district where possible to make considerations for working from home. I will also read, if the chair allows, as a reminder, the phase 2 recommendations for reopening for states and regions in the phase 2 process, that employers continue to encourage telework wherever possible and feasible with business operations, close common areas where personnel are likely to congregate and interact or enforce moderate social distancing protocols, strongly consider special accommodations for personnel who are members of a vulnerable population. It goes on to define a vulnerable population as 1, elderly individuals, and 2, individuals with serious underlying health conditions, including high blood pressure, chronic lung disease, diabetes, obesity, asthma, and those with immune system that is compromised, such as chemotherapy for cancer and other conditions. We don't include some of those accommodations in this resolution, although I would like to share publicly now with the superintendent, as I did in our previous meeting, that where we can make these accommodations for our staff, I personally would strongly encourage us to try to do so. I had some concerns about employees being required to come into the building, how that may take up space or create additional area for cleanliness or sanitation concerns. And I just think all around, wherever we can make accommodations, these are very strange times. I know it is very challenging to work from home for populations that are less familiar with working from home, but we will all get through this together, and if it makes someone feel a little safer and more capable to be in their home rather than reporting to a school building, I think that that's something we should try to do.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none.
Chairman.
Oh, Ms. Suarez?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate the Vice Chair for reading the resolution into the record and speaking to it. I also just wanted to note that while this resolution will memorialize the board's position on the work from home policy for instructional personnel and waive portions of policy 6.47 to allow for more than 20 days of work from home for non-instructional personnel, that this is certainly encouragement from the board where it's passed, but that it is the management to implement whatever protocols might be put in place. And so I too drafted the resolution and brought it forward, so no surprise that I'm strongly in favor of it, but would just like to emphasize that for the opportunity of decreasing density in our buildings, for the opportunity of increasing the longevity of sanitation efforts, and for continuing to be vigilant and diligent about the productivity of our employees and the support that supervisors give to those who they manage, that be something that is used wisely when possible, and that we be creative as to the alternative work assignments of our employees in the interest of the public health. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? If not, I call for your vote. By your action, you approve item 4, 7-0. Item 5, waiver of section 3, E.5 of School Board Policy 5.22, Student Transfer Policy. Dr. Green, would you read your recommendation?
That the School Board of Duval County, Florida waive Section 3.E.5 of School Board Policy 5.22, Student Transfer Policy, for students grades kindergarten through 12th enrolled in Duval Virtual Instruction Academy through the end of the 2020-2021 school year.
I ask for your motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Anderson, second by Board Member Joyce. Any discussion? Board Member Hershey, I'm sorry.
So we passed a waiver earlier, but was that specifically for Duval homeroom? Just want to be clear.
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, you passed this same waiver, but only for grades 7 through 12. The thinking was Duval homeroom would handle mostly primary, but we do have a few students who want to participate through DVIA that are not in grades 7 through 12. So this now gives any student, regardless of grade level, the same support, knowing that they can go back to their magnet seat.
After the next school year, because
yes,
Duval Virtual is a year commitment.
Yes.
Duval homeroom can be a 9-week period commitment.
Yes, a minimum. They need to commit at least 9 weeks. They can stay longer.
Thank you. Vice Chair Anderson.
In a related question, something that's come up for me several times is if a parent chooses to come to a brick and mortar setting now, and they feel, that we're watching virus levels and they feel less comfortable and would like to change their option. And similarly, for those secondary students that are going to participate in a hybrid model, and at such time we decide to eliminate the hybrid model, could parents make different choices. So could a parent then choose Duval homeroom full-time versus brick and mortar full-time for those secondary students? What flexibility do folks have to opt for something more restrictive rather than less restrictive?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Anderson, it would be my belief that we would allow them if they started. It would be no different if you started in a school and you withdrew and you moved to one of our other schools. If they start in brick and mortar and something happens that they feel like Duval homeroom is the best option for them, we would still make the same recommendation. Yes, you can transfer to Duval homeroom, but we asked for a commitment of least a quarter.
And that same would apply then for Duval Virtual Instruction Academy as well.
Duval Virtual Instruction Academy is different, and I don't want to give you that answer just yet because it's different than Duval homeroom.
So specifically for students that might participate in the hybrid, and then once the hybrid option no longer exists, could they opt into Duval Virtual Instruction Academy? Is that where there's a challenge in answering?
I think they can, but I don't want to say I'm 100% sure. I believe they can transfer to DVIA. Again, DVIA is about completion.
Right.
It's not the same as Duval homeroom.
Right, notwithstanding that they would need to make that
but I believe
commitment.
they can transfer into DVIA. They just have to make sure that it's about completion.
With the commitment to complete their course for the remainder. Gotcha. Thank you, I appreciate that. Miss Young? Wait, was there a? Through the chair.
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, there is a window by state law when they can register, and when that window opens up again, they would have another opportunity. But apart from those dates that are published and that are part of the state requirement for virtual education, whether it's for our district program, there's a specific window.
Would you mind sharing that with us, what that window is? I think that would be helpful.
We certainly will. There's 2 windows, and we'll share both of them with you. The first window closes July 31st, and we'll get the second window for you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to quickly note, say thank you to the superintendent. I had some conversations with her after hearing from several parents who were in elementary magnets who were unsure as to whether or not Duval homeroom would exist throughout the entire 2020-2021 school year, and so they felt more confident in DVIA because they wanted to elect for the entire school year up front for their children to be with the same teacher and in the same class for the entire school year. And so to just make everything uniform and consistent across grade levels, the superintendent graciously offered to make this recommendation so that children who are in elementary school who want to make a full year option for DVIA will have their magnet seat retained for the following year. So I know that there are lots of different choices and conversations happening for parents, and would encourage them to ask questions of folks when they're unclear, and really contemplate the timeline and the recommendations, but do very much appreciate the superintendent's interest in opening all options for families and minimizing the effect when students do return to school. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other thoughts or comments? Hearing none, I call for your vote. Board Member Willie, please.
No, just real quick, I think this is the right move. I'm glad we're moving towards this direction. This came up early on in the first wave of comments, and now that the plan has switched a bit, this came up again. So this is a really good move and helps parents make right and an informed decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Call for your vote. I actually would pass that item 7-0. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Hershey, second by Vice Chair.
Yeah, I want to give Board
Oh.
Member Joyce credit.
Moved by Board Member Joyce, second by Board Member Hershey. Any discussion?
Dr. Green?
Dr. Green?
Chairman Jones, if you will allow me, can I make a comment prior to closing?
Sure.
I do want to share with the board that we have logged in hundreds of thousands of hours in developing this plan, and thousands of people, whether they knew it or not, contribute to us developing this plan. I don't want to let anyone think that because we developed this plan that we will not have issues, because we will. This probably will be the most challenging year, whether you're the superintendent, a board member, a principal, a custodian, all the way down to our classroom teachers. And it doesn't matter if you're teaching Duval homeroom or you're in brick and mortar. It is going to be a very challenging year. What we are seeing is that many people will follow the protocols that we have, but they do go home. They do go other places. And so, just like Ms. Smith-Flores says, this is a community issue. And so if we're saying you must wear a mask at school, then you should be doing the same thing when you go to Publix, when you go to wherever. So I am being very upfront and honest. This is going to be very difficult. And our plan, again, does not meet the executive order. And we will have to get our approval from the Department of Education. And hopefully we will. And hopefully we will be moving forward. But I don't want anyone thinking that Dr. Green feels that there is no winning in this. There is no winning in this. The teachers didn't lose, we didn't win. It is, we are gonna have to come together, do what we need to do for our students and our families, and we're, as administration, gonna work with DTU and all our other unions to do the very best job we can to protect our employees. But I didn't want anyone to think that because this vote passed, that somehow someone won in this, because no one won in this. We are trying to educate in the midst of a global pandemic. And there, by the way, there wasn't a playbook written for this. And we are having to become health experts. We are having to become safety experts. And we are learning from so many people that have stepped up to the plate, that have been amazing. And I wouldn't do this without the team that I have. And it will be the team that we have from the board to the classroom that will get us through this school year. I'm sorry, I just felt compelled that I needed to say that.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those comments, and thank you and your staff for the many hours. It's unfortunate it became more of a political issue because we had a plan, and I think the plan, the original plan, was a very sound plan, but once the mandate was issued, then that made it more contentious than it should have been. So, Dr. Green, we really appreciate your leadership and the work of your entire team Duval. And thank the board members for their input, because it wasn't easy for any of us. And I think hopefully voters and the public and the parents will recognize that we did anguish and debate and give a lot of thought to this vote tonight. Nobody else? Motion second to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?